Park rangers, the guardians of our wilderness, share their most perplexing encounters with wildlife. From strange animal behavior to unexplained sightings, these stories will challenge your understanding of the natural world. My name is Thomas Laurent, and I need to speak of what happened on Isle Royale. It's not a story that finds its way into official reports or campfire tales told to tourists. It's a story that belongs to the deep, cold places of the world, and to the silence that follows a scream in the dead of winter. For years, I've held it in, letting it fester like a splinter of ice in the heart. But silence is a weight, and mine has become too heavy to bear. My family is Cree, our roots tracing back to the vast, windswept lands near James Bay. We are people of the forest and the river, our history written in the tracks of animals and the patterns of the stars. But life, as it does, charts its own course. I found my path leading south, to a career with the U.S. Park Service. It was a good job, a way to remain in the wild, places that felt like home, even if it was a different wilderness. My posting was to Isle Royale National Park, in the formidable heart of Lake Superior. For those who don't know it, Isle Royale isn't just an island, it's a world unto itself. A roadless archipelago of over 400 smaller islands, clustered around a large central landmass. It's a designated wilderness, a place intentionally left to its own devices. Its fame in the world of ecology comes from the long, running study of its wolf and moose populations, a perfect, isolated laboratory of predator and prey. They are locked in a primal, bloody dance that dictates the health of the entire ecosystem. It's a place of raw, untamed beauty, of rugged shorelines, dense boreal forests, and a silence so profound it feels like a physical presence. In the summer, it's a haven for hikers and kayakers. But in the winter, it is another thing entirely. When the lake freezes and the tourist ferries stop, the island reverts to its true self, a fortress of ice and snow, ruled by the wind and the cold. The silence deepens, broken only by the crack of a tree limb, under the weight of snow or the distant, lonely howl of a wolf. It is in this season that the island feels most ancient, most potent. My ancestors, my Ninakam, my grandmother, had stories for places like this. She would tell them to me not to frighten, but to teach. They were lessons wrapped in warnings. Stories about the spirits that dwell in the deep woods, the ones who watch from between the trees when you think you are alone. And she would tell me, in a low and serious voice, about the most terrible of them all, the witty cow. The spirit of the lonely places, the embodiment of starvation. It was a story about what can happen when the winter is too long, the game has vanished, and the gnawing hunger in a person's belly becomes a force more powerful than their own soul. When a human, to survive, consumes the flesh of another. That act, she said, was a doorway, and once opened, it could never be closed. The person was lost, consumed by a hunger that could never be sated, their heart turning to a shard of ice. They became a monster, gaunt and tall, with an insatiable craving for human flesh, a creature of eternal, ravenous winter. To a child, it was a terrifying boogeyman. To a young man, a piece of folklore. But to me, standing on the shore of Isle Royale, as the winter winds scarred the frozen lake, my grandmother's stories felt less like myth and more like a field guide to a world I was only beginning to understand. That January was a beast. A polar vortex had descended upon the Great Lakes, locking the region in a merciless, bone-deep freeze. Temperatures on the island plunged to depths that made metal brittle and exposed skin burn in seconds. The island was buried under a thick blanket of snow, and Lake Superior had transformed into a vast, white, frozen plain stretching to the horizon. We, the skeleton crew of winter staff, were effectively marooned. The call came through on a crackling line. A solo winter camper, Marcus Thorne, was overdue. Thorne was no amateur. He was a well-known survivalist, the kind of man who wrote books and taught courses on winter camping. He thrived on solitude and extreme conditions. He had a satellite phone and a strict check-in schedule, a professional courtesy to us. He had missed 2 of them. In these temperatures, 2 missed check-ins was not a minor issue, it was a potential death sentence. A 2-man team was tasked with the search and rescue. I was one of them. The other was a young ranger named Dave Miller, a good man from downstate Michigan, full of energy and by the book procedure. He was strong and capable. But his experience was with lost hikers in the summer, not with the soul-crushing cold of a Great Lakes winter, and the specific, heavy dread that was beginning to settle in my gut. We loaded the snowmobiles, packing emergency shelters, medical kits, extra fuel, and our service rifles. Miller was focused, all business. Thorne's last known position was a campsite he favored near Siskiwit Lake, he said, pointing to a map. He's probably just had an equipment malfunction with the phone. We'll find him hunkered down. Annoyed we came looking. I nodded, but I couldn't share his optimism. As I zipped up my parka, the wind howled outside our cabin, and for a moment, it sounded like a thin, wailing voice. I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the feeling I got from my grandmother's stories. The feeling of a taboo being broken. The feeling of a hungry spirit stirring in the woods. Let's get this done, I said, my voice sounding flatter than I intended. We set out at first light. The world was shades of white and gray. The sky a low, oppressive ceiling of metallic cloud. Our snowmobiles were the only sound, their engines a harsh, mechanical roar against the profound silence of the island. We were 2 small specks of color and noise moving through an immense, indifferent wilderness. The trees stood like silent, snow-shrouded sentinels, their branches heavy, their presence ancient and watchful. Every so often, I would cut my engine and Miller would pull up beside me. "What is it?" he'd ask. "Just listening," I'd reply. But I wasn't listening for Thorne. I was listening for the silence itself. I was trying to gauge its quality. The silence of a normal winter wood is peaceful, full of the tiny, unheard movements of life. This was different. This was a hollow, waiting silence, a hungry silence. It was the feeling of being watched not by a wolf or an owl, but by something that understood what we were and saw us only as meat. My grandmother's voice was a whisper in my mind. "Be careful of the lonely places, Thomas. Hunger makes monsters of us all." The journey to Siskiwit Lake was a descent into a deeper, more unnerving level of isolation. The farther we traveled from the relative safety of the ranger station, the more the island seemed to close in around us. The snow-laden pines and firs grew thicker, their branches forming a dense canopy that swallowed the already weak daylight, casting the trail in a perpetual twilight. Our headlamps cut cones of bright, sterile light that seemed only to emphasize the profound darkness waiting just beyond their reach. The roar of our engines felt like a sacrilege, a loud, ignorant intrusion into a place that demanded reverence and quiet. Miller, to his credit, was a skilled rider. He navigated the drifts and icy patches with a confidence I envied. He was focused on the mission, his mind occupied with logistics and procedure. He would occasionally point out a set of tracks, fox, or a lone wolf, his voice crisp and professional over the engine noise. For him, this was a problem to be solved, a checklist to be completed. For me, every shadow held a shape, and every gust of wind through the trees sounded like a whisper. The feeling of being watched intensified until it was a physical pressure against my skin. It wasn't the gaze of a predator I knew. A wolf watches with purpose, a bear with curiosity or territorial anger. This was a cold, patient, and utterly alien observation. It felt like the land itself was examining us, weighing our worth, and finding us wanting. We reached the vicinity of Siskiwit Lake as the afternoon began to wane. The sky, which had been a uniform sheet of gray, started to take on a bruised, purplish hue at the edges. A storm was coming. We both knew it. The air grew heavy, and the wind began to pick up, carrying fine, stinging particles of ice. "We need to find him fast, Tom," Miller shouted over the rising wind. "This weather is turning ugly." I didn't need the warning. The dread that had been a slow burn in my gut was now a raging fire. The name my grandmother used, Whitticow, echoed in my thoughts. The spirit of the lonely places. There are few places on earth lonelier than the heart of Isle Royale in a January blizzard. We found the trail leading to Thorne's preferred campsite, marked by a small, faded piece of orange flagging tape he'd tied to a branch years ago. We cut our engines, and the silence that rushed in was deafening. It was absolute. No birds, no squirrels, not even the creak of wood. It was the silence of a tomb. We unslung our rifles, a precaution that felt both necessary and woefully inadequate. The camp was a scene of quiet, incomprehensible violence. It was nestled in a small clearing, sheltered by a granite rock face. The tent, a high-end, four-season model built to withstand Arctic gales, was in tatters. But it wasn't ripped by claws or teeth. There were no signs of a bear or a wolf attack. The tough, reinforced fabric was shredded, torn apart from the inside out, as if by human hands driven by a frantic, uncontrollable rage. The aluminum poles were bent and snapped, twisted into grotesque angles. Thorne's gear was strewn across the snow-covered ground. His expensive pack, a sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures. His cooking equipment. All of it was scattered as if he had emptied his life's necessities into the snow for no reason. A book lay open, its pages stiff with ice. It was a collection of poems. It was such a human, fragile thing to find amidst the chaos. Miller swore under his breath, his face pale. What the hell happened here? A moose. Did he get trampled? He began his procedural analysis, walking the perimeter, looking for tracks, for any logical explanation. But I was drawn to the center of the clearing, to the fire pit. There were signs of a recent, large fire. The snow melted in a wide circle around it, and in the center of the cold, gray ashes lay a single object. It was a bone, long, thick, and unmistakably humanoid. It was charred at one end, but the other was clean, almost polished, with faint gnaw marks scraped into its surface. I had seen enough animal remains in my life to know what I was looking at. It was a human femur. "Miller," I said, my voice hoarse. I couldn't look away from it. The sight seemed to lock all the cold in the world into my own bones. He came over, his boots crunching in the snow. He stopped, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. "Oh God, is that—" "Yes," I said. The single word felt like a stone in my throat. Miller stumbled back, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. He looked like he was going to be sick. A wolf. Maybe a wolf dragged a piece of him back to the fire. He was searching, desperately, for a rational thread in a tapestry of madness. But I knew. In that instant, all of my grandmother's stories, all the cultural warnings I had dismissed as folklore, crashed down on me with the force of absolute truth. The shredded tent wasn't the work of an animal. It was the rage of a man losing his humanity. The scattered gear was the act of someone for whom material possessions had become meaningless. And the bone was the final, unforgivable act, the crossing of a line from which there is no return. Marcus Thorne, the expert survivalist, had faced the ultimate test in the wilderness. He had faced the gnawing, endless hunger, and he had failed. He had opened the door. I finally understood the profound emptiness in the woods, the hollow silence. It wasn't just the absence of life. It was the presence of an anti-life, an eternal, insatiable hunger. The Witty Cow wasn't just a spirit that possessed a person. It was what a person became. Thorne wasn't lost. He was the monster now. He was the hunter in this silent, frozen forest. We need to leave, I told Miller, my voice low and urgent. Now. He stared at me, his eyes wide with confusion and shock. What are you talking about? We have to find him, or what's left of him. We have to call this in.
This is a crime scene!
He's not lost, I said, grabbing my rifle from where I'd leaned it against a tree. The cold of the steel was a comfort. And this isn't a crime scene. It's a birthplace. Tom, you're not making any sense. The first flakes of the blizzard began to fall, thick and heavy, swirling in the air between us. The sky darkened with alarming speed. The wind, which had been a steady moan, began to rise in pitch, howling through the trees like a hungry animal. The world was shrinking, visibility dropping with every second. And through the wind I heard it, a sound that didn't belong, a faint, pitiful cry. Help me. I'm so cold. It was a man's voice. It sounded like it was coming from just beyond the clearing, weak and desperate. It sounded exactly like Marcus Thorne. The voice, so pitiful and human, cut through the rising howl of the wind and struck Miller like a jolt of electricity. Hope and duty surged through him, overriding the horror of the campsite. He snapped his head toward the sound, his eyes wide.
Thorne, he's alive!
Miller shouted, raising his rifle and taking a step toward the tree line. Instinct, primal and immediate, took over. I lunged forward and grabbed his arm, my grip like a vice. No, I hissed, the word torn from my throat. Miller, stop. He tried to shake me off, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. What are you doing?
He needs our help!
That's him? That's not him? I said, pulling him back with all my strength. The blizzard was exploding around us now, a blinding wall of white that reduced visibility to mere feet. The world had shrunk to just the two of us, the ruined camp, and that terrible, beckoning voice. It's a mimic. It's a lure. A what? He yelled, disbelief warring with the fear in his eyes. Help me, please. I'm so cold. My leg is broken. The voice came again, closer this time. It was a masterful performance of pain and desperation. It was designed to prey on the very decency that made a man like Miller a ranger. It was bait. It knows we're here, I explained, my voice low and urgent, trying to cut through his panic and the shriek of the wind. My grandmother's stories. The Witty Cow, it mimics the voice of its last victim to draw in its next meal. It's hunting us, Miller. The blizzard is its cover. He stared at me, his breath pluming in the frigid air. I could see the struggle in his face, the battle between his rational, procedural world and the impossible reality I was forcing upon him. The evidence was all around us. The shredded tent, the scattered gear, the gnawed human bone. And now, the voice of the man who was supposed to be dead. Then the voice changed. The plea for help faltered, and the sound began to twist. It stretched, thinning out, rising in pitch until it was no longer human. It became a high, scraping hiss, a sound like dry leaves skittering across ice, or a fingernail being dragged slowly down a chalkboard. It was a noise that seemed to bypass the ears and drill directly into the skull. It was a sound of pure, malevolent hunger. That was what broke through Miller's disbelief. The color drained from his face, leaving it a waxy, grayish white. The rifle in his hands trembled. What is that?" he stammered. "The hunter," I replied. "Get to the rocks. Now." We scrambled for the granite outcropping that had sheltered Thorn's camp. It was our only chance for cover. We pressed our backs against the cold, solid stone, the wind and snow raging in front of us like a furious ocean. We were on a tiny island in a sea of white, and something was circling in the depths. The whiteout was absolute. We couldn't see the trees 10 feet in front of us. We were trapped. The night that followed was an eternity. We sat back for warmth and to cover all angles, our rifles resting on our knees, safeties off. The cold was a physical enemy, seeping through our layers of clothing, leaching our strength, numbing our fingers and our minds. The blizzard was the creature's greatest ally. It disoriented us, isolated us, and masked its approach. It was using the environment to break us down, to make us weak and desperate. The hissing sound would fade, and then return from a new direction, a constant, tormenting presence. Sometimes it was close, just at the edge of hearing. Other times it seemed to be right beside my ear. Then the mimicry would start again. It used Thorn's voice, but it also used others. A woman crying softly, a child calling for its mother. Every sound was perfectly crafted to pluck at the strings of human compassion, to make us doubt, to lure us out into the storm. "Don't listen," I kept telling Miller, my own voice tight with strain. "It's all lies. Focus on my voice. We just have to make it to dawn." At one point, in the deepest part of the night, there was a lull in the wind. The snow still fell, but the howling ceased for a few moments, creating an eerie, muffled silence. And in that silence, we heard a new sound. A soft, rhythmic crunching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the sound of footsteps in the snow. Slow, deliberate, and impossibly close. We held our breath, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The crunching stopped right in front of our rock. We were staring into the swirling whiteness, our knuckles white on our rifles, knowing that something was standing just feet away, watching us. I could feel its presence, a wave of cold and ancient malice that was far worse than the frigid air. Then, for a fleeting second, the snow swirled apart. The moon, hidden behind the thick clouds, must have cast just enough ambient light. And I saw it. It was a silhouette against the gray, white canvas of the storm. It was impossibly tall and gaunt, a skeletal figure that seemed to be made of shadows and ice. Its limbs were too long, stretched, and thin like the branches of a dead tree. Its head was crowned with what looked like a rack of antlers, giving it a terrifying, majestic profile. It was so emaciated that, when it turned slightly to the side, it seemed to vanish, its profile no thicker than a sliver of darkness. But the one detail that burned itself into my memory was its eyes. 2 points of faint, phosphorescent light that glowed with a cold, hungry intelligence. It was there for only a heartbeat, and then the snow swirled back in, hiding it from view. But the image was seared into my brain. It was real. All the stories were real. I don't know if Miller saw it. He made a choked, gasping sound, and I felt him press harder against my back. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had seen. We just sat there, rigid with terror, as the footsteps crunched away into the storm. The rest of the night was a blur of cold, fear, and exhaustion. The hissing and the false cries continued their patrol. Around our position, a psychological siege that never let up. We kept each other awake, talking about anything and everything to keep the lure of sleep and the certainty of freezing to death at bay. Finally, after an age, the first hint of dawn began to pierce the darkness. The wind slowly died down, and the snowfall lessened. The world began to take shape again, a landscape of impossible white drifts and snow-plastered trees. And with the light, the presence was gone. The hissing stopped. The woods were silent once more, but this time it was the clean, empty silence of a winter morning. Not the hungry, waiting silence of the night before. We didn't wait. We didn't discuss it. As soon as there was enough light to see, we moved. We left everything behind except our snowmobiles and our rifles. We didn't even look back at the ruined camp. We got the machines started and fled, pushing them as fast as they would go, leaving the cursed place behind us. The official report states that Marcus Thorne was lost, presumed dead, a tragic victim of the elements. It's the only story you can tell. You can't write in a government document that a man was not killed by the wilderness, but that he was consumed by it, that he answered the call of the hunger on the wind and became the very thing his ancestors warned him about. You can't explain that a monster born of human desperation now stalks the frozen heart of that island. I left the Park Service not long after that. I couldn't stay. I couldn't look at the winter woods the same way again. Sometimes, on the coldest nights, when the wind howls outside my window, I hear that high, thin hissing sound, and I see those glowing eyes in the dark. And I know that the Whitticow is still out there, eternally hungry, forever walking the lonely places. My official title is Park Ranger Benjamin Yazzie, but out here, most folks just call me Ben. I am Dine, what you might call Navajo, and my family has been on this land for more generations than anyone has bothered to count. We didn't measure time in centuries back then. We measured it in seasons, in stories, in the slow, patient carving of the wind against the sandstone. This land, now designated as Canyonlands National Park, is my office, but it's also my ancestral home. It's a place where the earth is stripped bare, where you can lay a hand on a stone wall and feel the pulse of 1,000,000 years of history. The geology tells one story of ancient seas and shifting sands. But my people know other stories, older ones. Stories that whisper on the breeze. When the sun goes down, stories you don't talk about lightly, lest you draw the wrong kind of attention. My duties are, for the most part, wonderfully mundane. I maintain trails, check on the delicate cryptobiotic soil, and make sure the few visitors who venture this deep are prepared for the unforgiving nature of the high desert. I carry a radio, a first aid kit, and a sidearm, the standard tools of my trade. But the most important tool I carry isn't on my belt. It's the knowledge passed down from my grandfather, a quiet man who taught me to listen to the silence and to read the signs the land gives you. he taught me that the Park Service protects the land and its visitors, but it is up to us to protect ourselves from the things the land remembers. This particular day started like any other. The Utah sun was a relentless hammer, even in the early morning, beating down on the vast expanse of red rock and juniper. I was scheduled for a multi-day patrol in the Maze District. The name is an understatement. It's the most remote, most inaccessible, and most spiritually potent part of the park. It's a labyrinth of sheer, walled canyons that twist and turn back on themselves. A place that can swallow a person whole and leave no trace. Even with GPS and detailed maps, it's easy to get turned around. The canyons play tricks on your sense of direction, and the silence out there is so profound it feels like a physical weight. I spent the morning checking on a few known pictograph panels, the ancient art of the ancestral Pueblones, who lived here long before my own people. Their handprints, painted in red ochre, still stained the rock. A greeting across 1,000 years. There was a peace to it, a connection to the past that always settled my soul. But as the day wore on, and I pushed deeper into the maze, that peace began to fray at the edges. It was a subtle shift, the kind of thing most people wouldn't notice. The birds seemed quieter. The usual skittering of lizards on hot rock was absent. The silence had changed from peaceful to watchful. It was the kind of quiet my grandfather used to say was a sign that a predator was near. A quiet that meant everything was holding its breath. It was mid-afternoon when I smelled it. The scent cut through the dry, dusty air, the coppery, metallic tang of blood. It was heavy and fresh. I've come across predator kills before. It's part of the natural cycle. A mountain lion takes down a mule deer, coyotes get a jackrabbit. It's the way of things. But this smelled different. Thicker. More wasteful. I followed the scent, my hand resting on the grip of my holstered pistol, a habit born of caution. I rounded a massive buttress of sandstone, and the scene opened up before me. In a small clearing of packed red dirt lay the carcass of a bull elk. It was a magnificent animal, or it had been. Its antlers, a crown of 6 points on each side, were caked in dust. But it wasn't the fact that it was dead that sent a spike of ice through my gut. It was how it was dead. My training as a ranger kicked in, and I began to assess the scene forensically, trying to push down the other, older part of me that was screaming. There were no signs of a struggle. The ground around the elk was largely undisturbed. A mountain lion kill is a violent, messy affair. Drag marks, scattered earth. The signs of a desperate fight. There was none of that here. The elk looked as if it had simply laid down and allowed itself to be butchered. I knelt, the heat of the ground seeping through the thick fabric of my pants. I looked for tracks. There were the elk's own prints, and my boot prints, but nothing else. No coyote tracks, no lion paws, not even the telltale sign of vultures or other scavengers, who should have been swarming a fresh kill. It was as if a bubble of sterile wrongness surrounded the carcass. Then I examined the wounds. This was where the rational explanation completely disintegrated. The elk's throat hadn't been ripped out in the savage way of a predator. It was a clean, deep slice, almost surgical in its precision, running from ear to ear. Its hide had been peeled back from its torso and wide. Deliberate strips, the cuts so sharp, they'd have been made with a filleting knife. Its belly was ripped open, a gaping cavity from which its organs had been pulled and spilled onto the dust. They lay there in a grotesque pile, steaming slightly in the heat. untouched. Nothing had been eaten. This was not a killing for food. A mountain lion kills to eat. A bear kills to eat. This was a violation. It was a killing for sport, or for ritual, or for something else entirely. Something that took pleasure in the act of desecration itself. A cold dread, a feeling I hadn't truly fed since I was a child, listening to my grandmother's hushed warnings by the fire, settled over me. She spoke of beings who drew power from causing pain, who mimicked animals but were not animals, who perverted the natural order for their own dark purposes. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning the tops of the canyon walls that surrounded me. The sun was beginning its slow descent, and the shadows were stretching, turning the familiar landscape into something alien and menacing. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The silence was no longer just watchful, it was mocking. I knew with a certainty that went deeper than logic that this was a message. And I knew with that same bone, deep certainty that whatever had left this message was still out here. It was watching me. The first part of my patrol was over. The real test of survival had just begun. Leaving the elk carcass felt like turning my back on a coiled snake. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of that clearing, to put distance between myself and the profane altar of rock and dust. But as I walked back toward the faint track, where I'd left my truck, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague premonition, it was a physical sensation, a prickling on my skin, the weight of unseen eyes boring into the back of my neck. The sun bled across the western sky, casting impossibly long shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. Every rock formation, every gnarled juniper tree, seemed to morph into a crouching figure in my peripheral vision. I forced myself to walk, not run. Running was for prey, and my grandfather had taught me that you never show fear to the things that hunt in the dark. You give them nothing. The air grew heavy, the silence so absolute that the crunch on the gravel sounded like gunshots. I found myself listening for a sound that wasn't there, a footfall to match the gaze I felt on me. But there was only the wind, a low moan that snaked through the canyons, carrying with it the scent of dust and something ancient and cold. It was the smell of a crypt, of a place where things that should be dead are not. I kept my hand near my sidearm, though I knew deep down that a bullet would be useless against whatever this was. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with lead and powder. This was old magic, dark and twisted, and it required a different kind of strength. By the time I reached my truck, the light was failing fast. The landscape was painted in shades of bruised purple and blood orange. I climbed in. The familiar scent of worn upholstery and stale coffee a small comfort in the encroaching dread. I started the engine. The sudden roar of the motor a welcome intrusion into the oppressive silence. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It was as if the thing had simply moved with me, a passenger in the cab that I couldn't see. I drove slowly, navigating the rugged track that wound its way out of the deeper canyons. My headlights cut a stark white tunnel through the twilight, illuminating a world of stark contrasts. The pale dirt of the trail and the inky blackness that pressed in from all sides. I was heading for a high point, a mesa where I could get a better vantage point, and maybe a crackle of radio signal, just to hear another human voice. That's when I saw it. At the edge of my headlight beams, a coyote trotted along a ridge that ran parallel to the trail. At first, it was a welcome sight, a piece of the natural world, reasserting itself after the grotesque display I had witnessed. Coyotes are the tricksters of our stories, clever and resilient survivors. But as I watched this one, a new kind of unease, sharp and specific, began to crawl up my spine. It was moving wrong. Its gait was off. A coyote moves with a fluid, efficient trot, a rhythm born of a million years of hunting in this landscape. This animal's movements were stiff, jerky, and unnatural. It was like watching a poorly made puppet, a child's rocking horse lurching forward with a mechanical, repetitive motion. There was no grace to it, only a disturbing parody of life. I slowed the truck to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The engine's low rumble was the only sound. The coyote stopped. It was perhaps 50 yards away, perfectly centered in the cone of my headlights. It turned its head and stared directly at me. And its eyes were not the reflective yellow, green of a normal canine caught in a beam of light. They glowed. It wasn't a reflection. It was a source of light, a dull, malevolent red, like the embers of a dying fire. They burned with an intelligence that was utterly alien and deeply hostile. In that moment, I knew with chilling certainty, this was not a coyote. This was something wearing a coyote's shape, as a man might wear a coat. The world seemed to shrink to the space between my truck and that creature. The engine noise faded, the wind died, and all that existed was that unblinking, burning gaze. It held me pinned, a collector's specimen on a board of fear. And then it did something that shattered the laws of nature and made the world stop. It rose up. It didn't jump or lurch. It simply stood up on its hind legs. The movement was fluid, yet horrifyingly wrong. Its form shifted, stretching and elongating in the stark glare of the headlights. Bones audibly popped and cracked, reshaping themselves under the taut hide. What had been the short hind legs of a coyote lengthened into the long, powerful legs of a man. Its torso straightened, its front paws contorting into something that looked horribly like hands. It stood there for a heartbeat, a tall, slender silhouette against the darkening sky, its red eyes never leaving mine. And then it ran. It didn't run like an animal. It ran like a man, with a bipedal, loping stride of impossible speed. It cleared the distance to the top of the ridge in seconds, its dark form moving with a terrifying, unnatural agility before it disappeared over the crest, leaving me alone in the sudden, deafening silence. My breath came out in a ragged gasp. I didn't realize I'd been holding. The Navajo words formed on my lips before I even thought them, a whisper of pure, primal fear. Ye Namushi, the skinwalker. In my culture, we are taught from childhood not to speak their name, not to draw their attention. To even say the word is to invite their notice. They are the ultimate taboo, the antithesis of all we hold sacred. They are medicine men, Hata, who have used their knowledge not for healing but for evil. They have walked the path of corruption, the pollen way in reverse, twisting ceremonies of life into rituals of death to gain the power to take the forms of animals. They can become the wolf, the owl, the coyote, the bear. They are masters of the wilderness, using the vast, empty spaces of the desert to their advantage. The canyons that confuse hikers are their highways. The dust that hides tracks is their cloak. They are not ghosts or spirits. They are living, breathing men who have chosen to become monsters. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had rewired my reality. The cold dread I felt at the elk carcass was now a raging fire of terror. That had been a warning. This was the messenger. It knew I had seen it, It knew I understood what it was. And that's the worst part. The part the old stories always emphasize. They enjoy the fear. They feed on it. The terror of their victims is a source of their power. I slammed the truck into drive, the tires spitting gravel as I sped away. I didn't look back. I drove with a frantic, desperate energy, my eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. The pressure in my mind, the feeling of being watched, was now a constant, agonizing thrum. It was a cold certainty that I was being hunted by something that could be anywhere, could look like anything, and whose only motive was my suffering. I drove back toward the distant, feeble lights of the ranger station, the setting sun painting the sandstone cliffs the color of blood. There is no report to file for this. There is no box to check on a government form for encounter with ancient evil. This was a matter for my people, for our ceremonies and our protections. The Park Service protects the land, but it has no jurisdiction over the ancient evils that walk among us, wearing the skins of our fellow creatures as a disguise. Some things are older than the parks, older than the laws of men. And out here, in the dust and the silence, they still hunt. The drive back to the Hands Flat Ranger Station was the longest hour of my life. The truck, usually a symbol of safety and authority, felt like a fragile metal box, a cage rattling through a predator's territory. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of my headlights was the creature, reforming, preparing to leap. My rearview mirror became an instrument of torture. I'd glance at it every few seconds, my heart hammering against my ribs, fully expecting to see those two burning, red eyes staring back at me from the darkness of the truck bed. The psychological pressure was immense, a physical weight inside my skull. It wasn't just the memory of what I'd seen, it was an active, malevolent presence. It was in my head, whispering doubts, stoking the fires of my fear. It knew my name. It knew the stories my grandmother told me. It was sifting through my mind, looking for the soft spots, the places where the terror could take root and grow. When the distant, welcoming lights of the station finally appeared, I felt a surge of relief so powerful it almost made me sick. Civilization, logic, electric lights and locked doors. But the feeling evaporated the moment I pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was the same watchful, ancient silence from the canyons. It had followed me. I stumbled out of the truck, my legs unsteady. Dave, the senior ranger, was on the porch, smoking a cigarette. He was a good man, a former Marine from Ohio who loved the desert, but would never truly understand it. "Ben, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, his voice a jarring intrusion of normalcy. I tried to form a casual reply, but my throat was dry. "Long day," I managed to croak. "Maze will do that to you." "Anything to report?" he asked, exhaling a plume of smoke. I thought of the surgically butchered elk. I thought of the coyote's glowing red eyes, the sickening crack of its bones as it reshaped itself into the form of a man. I thought of the word ye nailed Lucy. How could I possibly explain? "Yeah, Dave, I saw a monster from the dawn of time. It's probably watching us right now, deciding which one of us has the more interesting scream." "No," I said, my voice flat. "Just the usual, quiet." The lie felt like a betrayal of my duty as a ranger, but it was a necessary act of self-preservation. In my culture, to speak of them is to give them power, to invite them into your life. You do not name the darkness. You do not describe it. You protect yourself and your family by holding the knowledge in a place of respectful fear and silence. Dave nodded, oblivious, and flicked his cigarette into the dirt. "Get some rest. You look beat." Rest did not come. My small ranger's quarters, usually a sanctuary, felt like a trap. I locked the door and bolted the window, but I knew it was a futile gesture. A lock means nothing to something that can slide through the cracks in the world. I sat on the edge of my bed in the dark, my service pistol on the nightstand beside me. The metal felt cold and useless. I thought about my grandfather's teachings on Zu, the state of balance, beauty, and harmony that we strive for. The skinwalker is the opposite of a Sli. It is a being of pure chaos and malice, a tear in the fabric of the universe. Its goal is to unravel everything, to turn beauty into ugliness, life into death, and sanity into madness. And it began its work on me that night. The sound started around midnight. A faint scratching at the window screen, like the branch of a tree, except there were no trees near my window. I sat bolt upright, my hand gripping the pistol, my ears straining. The scratching stopped. Then came a soft tapping on the roof, a sound like a bird's beak. But it moved, circling the small building, its rhythm too deliberate, too intelligent for any bird. It was toying with me. It wanted me to know it was there, just outside the thin walls, that it could get to me whenever it chose. Later, I heard a voice. It was a whisper, carried on the wind, seeming to come from all directions at once. It was the voice of a woman, crying softly. It sounded like my mother. I knew it was a trick. My mother had passed years ago. It was a cruel, twisted mimicry designed to break me, to lure me outside. I squeezed my eyes shut, plugging my ears with my fingers, and began to chant the old prayers my grandfather had taught me. Prayers for protection, prayers to reinforce the shield of my spirit. My voice was a trembling whisper in the dark room, a tiny flicker of light against an overwhelming darkness. I did not sleep. I sat there until the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky, a fragile line of gray that promised the sun would return. The sounds had stopped, but the presence remained. It had retreated with the darkness, but it was not gone. It was waiting. When the sun was fully up, I knew what I had to do. The Park Service uniform hanging on my chair, the badge, the regulations. They were from a different world, a world that believed it had tamed the wilderness. But the wilderness is not tame. It cannot be. I packed a small bag, not with my ranger gear, but with personal effects. I left the pistol on the nightstand. Where I was going, it would be of no use. I wrote a short note for Dave, telling him I had a family emergency and needed to take a few days of personal leave. It was another lie, but a necessary one. I drove out of the park, not looking back. I wasn't heading west toward the city, but east, deep into the heart of the reservation, toward my family's land near the Chuska Mountains. My uncle, Hosky, was a Hata'i, a medicine man. He was a man who walked the Pollen Way, who understood the balance of things and knew the ceremonies needed to restore it. He knew the songs and the prayers that could cleanse a person of dark influence, that could strengthen their spirit against the things that hunt in the night. This was not a report to be filed. This was a matter for my people. The Park Service protects the land from people. It was up to us to protect ourselves from the land's older, darker secrets. As the canyons and messes of my workplace receded in the rearview mirror, I felt the oppressive weight in my mind begin to lift, replaced by a grim resolve. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my stomach, but it was no longer in control. I had seen the face of the ancient evil that walks among us, wearing the skins of animals as a disguise. I had survived its first test. Now, I was going home to prepare for the next one, because I knew, with a certainty that resonated in the very marrow of my bones, that some things are older than the parks, older than the laws of men. And out here, in the dust and the silence, they still hunt, and I would be ready. My name is David Chen, and my official title is Climbing Ranger for the United States National Park Service, assigned to Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. It's a title that sounds impressive to people back in the lower 48, conjuring images of heroic rescues on snow-blasted peaks. The reality is a lot less glamorous and infinitely more demanding. It's a job that's part mountaineer, part medic, part detective, and part custodian to one of the most formidable landscapes on Earth. Denali isn't just a park, it's a kingdom of ice and rock. A sprawling 6 million acres of raw, untamed wilderness that operates on a scale that defies human comprehension. To stand at its heart is to feel profoundly insignificant. The air itself feels different here, thinner, colder, and carrying the ancient scent of glaciers and damp earth. The silence is the most unnerving part. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy, watchful quiet, punctuated by the crack of a distant calving glacier, the cry of a golden eagle, or the rustle of something large moving through the alder thickets. Everything in Denali is bigger, harsher, and less forgiving. The central feature, Denali itself, the Great One, is a 2310-foot behemoth of rock and ice that generates its own weather systems. A sunny, calm morning can turn into a whiteout blizzard in less than an hour. The cold is a physical entity, a predator that seeps into your bones and can kill you in your sleep if you're not prepared. And then there's the wildlife. We have grizzlies the size of small cars, moose with antlers spanning 6 feet that will charge without provocation, and packs of wolves that move like ghosts through the boreal forest. We are trained to deal with these known threats. We carry bear spray, high-caliber rifles on certain patrols, and an encyclopedic knowledge of survival protocols. We are taught that for every danger in the wild, there is a rational explanation and a procedural response. But the Athabascan people, the native inhabitants who have lived on this land for thousands of years, know better. They understand that the grizzlies and the cold are not the only dangers. There are other things that dwell in the deep woods and the high mountain passes, things that don't appear in any Park Service manual. I learned this firsthand from a man named Ben Kai, a veteran Otna ranger who was nearing retirement when I first arrived. Ben was a man carved from the wilderness itself, quiet, weathered, with eyes that had seen more than he ever spoke of. One evening, during a late-season patrol, we were hunkered down in a remote ranger cabin, a fierce autumn wind howling outside and rattling the window panes. Over mugs of steaming coffee, he asked me what I feared most about the park. The crevices, I guess. I'd answered honestly. The hidden ones. You can be walking on what looks like solid ground, and a second later, you're falling into 100-foot deep crack in the ice. There's no sound, no warning. Ben nodded slowly, taking a sip of his coffee. "The earth can swallow you," he said, his voice a low rumble. "That is a clean death. A natural death. But there are worse things than being swallowed. There are things that play with you first." He then told me the stories he'd heard from his grandfather. Stories about the Ursenrit, the little people of the forest. He spoke of them not as mythical fairies, but as a tangible, malevolent force. They were spirits, he explained, that took the form of small, childlike figures, but they possessed no childlike innocence. They were ancient, territorial, and deeply cruel. They live in the places people get lost. Ben said, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside the window. The dense spruce forests, the willow thickets where every direction looks the same. They watch travelers. They learn their weaknesses. Their greatest trick is mimicry. They can perfectly replicate the sound of a child laughing or crying. A lost hiker alone for days, desperate for any sign of another human. What do you think they do when they hear a child playing just beyond the trees? I remained silent, the warmth from my mug doing little to chase away the sudden chill that had settled over me. They follow the sound. Ben continued. They call out, thinking they've found a lost child, or another group of survivors. But the laughter always stays just ahead, leading them further and further from deeper into the wilderness, where no one will ever find them. The Ursenrat herd them like sheep. Once the person is completely disoriented, exhausted, and hopeless, the game changes. The laughter turns to mockery. They surround the poor soul, their playful giggles becoming sharp, jeering shrieks. They say the Ursenrat are too small to kill a man directly, so they drive him mad with fear and despair until he does the job for them. They hang you from a tree, and they watch, and they laugh as you die. At the time, I filed it away as fascinating folklore, a cautionary tale meant to instill respect for the backcountry. I was a man of logic, maps, and GPS coordinates. The Ursenrat were not on my list of official park threats. I wish, to this day, that they had been. 2 years later, in late August, the call came in. A solo hiker, a man named Ethan Hayes, was overdue. He was an experienced backpacker from Seattle, well-equipped and with a detailed itinerary filed. His plan was to traverse a remote, trailless section of the backcountry, north of the Alaska Range. His car was found at the designated trailhead, right where he said it would be. But he was 3 days late checking in. Search and rescue operations in Denali are massive, coordinated efforts. We deployed 2 helicopters for aerial surveys and brought in a dozen rangers for the ground search. The search area was immense, a sprawling wilderness of rolling tundra, dense boreal forest, and swampy muskeg. It's the kind of terrain where you can walk within 20 feet of a person and never see them. For 2 days, we found nothing. Absolutely nothing. No discarded food wrapper, no footprint, no sign of a campfire. The helicopters saw no trace of his bright orange tent. It was as if Ethan Hayes had simply been erased from the landscape. The mood at base camp grew more somber with each passing hour. the statistical probability of finding a missing person alive drops precipitously after the first 48 hours. We were no longer searching for a lost hiker. We were searching for a body. On the morning of the third day, our search coordinator, a grim-faced ranger named Mark, decided to push our search grids into the less probable, more difficult terrain. He assigned me a sector deep in a heavily wooded valley, characterized by a dense, almost impenetrable thicket of willow and spruce. It was a miserable place to search, the kind of area a hiker would actively avoid. But we had to clear it. I was working the sector alone, a standard procedure to cover more ground. The plan was to sweep the valley from east to west, maintaining radio contact every 30 minutes. As I set out, the sky was a blanket of low, gray clouds, and a cold drizzle began to fall, muffling the sounds of the forest and amplifying the sense of isolation. Hours bled into one another as I pushed my way through the valley. The work was slow and arduous. The willow and spruce grew so tightly together that in places I had to turn sideways to squeeze through, my backpack snagging on unseen branches. The persistent drizzle had soaked through my outer layers, and a damp chill clung to me. Every 30 minutes, my radio would crackle to life. "Chen, status report." And every 30 minutes, I'd give the same monotonous reply. "Base, this is Chen. Still sweeping Sector 7. Nothing to report. Over." Each transmission was a brief, comforting tether to the rational world. A world of protocols and colleagues that felt a million miles away. The silence in the valley was profound, deeper than any I had experienced before. The dense vegetation and low cloud cover seemed to swallow all sound, creating a vacuum where the only noises were my own labored breathing and the rhythmic squelch of my boots in the wet moss. It was a silence that felt heavy, watchful. More than once, I found myself stopping, straining my ears, convinced I had heard something just at the edge of my perception. A twig snap, a faint rustle. Each time, I'd hold my breath and listen, only to be met with the same oppressive quiet. It was my mind playing tricks on me, I told myself. A common symptom of fatigue and isolation. It was late afternoon, and the light, already dim, began to fade noticeably. The sun was setting somewhere above the thick blanket of clouds, painting the sky a bruised purple that futtered down through the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows. I checked my watch. Another hour, maybe 90 minutes of usable light left. The thought of being caught in this thicket after dark sent a fresh wave of unease through me. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, carried on a sudden gust of wind that rustled the spruce needles. Laughter. Unmistakably, it was the sound of laughter. I froze mid-stride, my hand instinctively going to the radio on my shoulder strap. I tilted my head, listening, trying to filter the sound from the whisper of the wind. It came again, clearer this time. It wasn't one person. It was multiple voices, high, pitched and light. It sounded like children, playing a game in the distance. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible sound. Children, out here, miles from any road, in a valley even experienced hikers avoided. My first thought, a surge of adrenaline, fueled hope. was that it was the missing hiker, Ethan Hayes. Maybe he wasn't alone. Maybe he had his family with him, and they had somehow gotten turned around. It was a wildly improbable scenario, but in a search and rescue operation, you cling to any possibility. I keyed the radio. My voice was steady, professional, betraying none of the turmoil inside me. "Base, this is Chen. I have an auditory contact." Mark's voice came back instantly, sharp with attention. "Go ahead, Chen." Auditory contact sounds like multiple children laughing. Approximately 1, maybe 2 clicks north of my current position. The sound is intermittent. I paused, choosing my next words carefully. "It's unusual for this location. Proceeding to investigate." "Over. Copy that, Chen. Proceed with caution. Keep this channel open. Report every 10 minutes. Over." Shen copies. As I moved toward the sound, a deep, cold unease began to settle over me, pushing aside the initial flicker of hope. Ben Kai's words echoed in my memory, as clear as if he were whispering in my ear. Their greatest trick is mimicry. They can perfectly replicate the sound of a child laughing. I shook my head, trying to force the thought away. That was folklore. Ghost stories for the campfire. I was a federal ranger. I dealt in facts, in evidence. There had to be a logical explanation. A strange echo, the wind through a particular rock formation, a species of bird I wasn't familiar with. But the sound was wrong. It was too light, too carefree for this environment. It was the sound of a suburban playground, not a subarctic wilderness where every living thing is locked in a constant struggle for survival. The laughter continued. A siren's call that was always just ahead of me. It led me deeper into the densest part of the thicket, a tangled maze of willow and spruce that clawed at my clothes and face. The ground became swampier, my boots sinking into the muck with each step. The laughter was playful, infectious, the kind that should have been joyful. But out here, in this immense, empty wilderness, with a man missing and the light failing, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I stopped, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pulled out my compass, my movements stiff and clumsy. I had been moving steadily north, but according to the compass, I had been circling, heading northwest and now almost due west. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't just following a sound. I was being herded. Ben's voice again, insistent, chilling. They herd them like sheep, leading them further and further from the trail. I stood motionless, the compass trembling in my hand. The laughter wasn't a beacon. It was a net. As if sensing my hesitation, the sound shifted. It was no longer in front of me. A giggle erupted to my left, startlingly close. Then another from my right. A third one seemed to come from directly behind me. They were boxing me in, and the tone had changed. It was no longer joyful or playful. It had taken on a sharp, malicious edge. It was the sound of mockery. The giggles were now high-pitched, jeering cackles that seemed to ridicule my confusion and fear. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. My training, my logic, my professionalism, it all evaporated in an instant, replaced by a primal, overwhelming need to escape. I turned and crushed back through the brush the way I thought I had come, abandoning all sense of direction, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my jacket. The laughter erupted all around me, a cacophony of shrill, taunting shrieks. It was a wall of sound, pressing in on me from all sides. I felt something small and fast brush against my leg. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. I felt small hands, or what felt like hands, pluck at the back of my jacket, a brief, tugging sensation as if trying to trip me, to pull me down. I didn't dare look back. I didn't dare see what was making the sounds. I just ran, my lungs burning. A scream trapped in my throat. I burst out of the thicket and stumbled into the relative, open of the tundra, falling to my knees, gasping for air. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I scrambled to my feet and looked back at the dark, menacing line of trees. The laughter had faded. Behind me, there was only the sound of the wind sighing through the grass. I was alone again. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I had not been alone in that thicket. My radio crackled. "Shen, it's been 10 minutes. Status report. Over." I fumbled for the handset, my hands shaking so badly I could barely key the mic. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to find my voice. "Base. This is Chen," I stammered. "Contact lost. I'm terminating my sweep of the sector. I'm heading back to the extraction point. Now." There was a pause on the other end. Mark's voice, when it came, was tight with concern. "Copy that, Chen. Are you all right?" "Over." "Negative." I said, the word barely a whisper. "I am not all right?" The hike back to the extraction point was the longest 2 miles of my life. Every shadow seemed to wreathe. Every gust of wind sounded like a nascent giggle. I didn't stop moving, my legs fueled by a desperate, primal fear. I kept my hand on the handle of my ice axe, though I knew deep down it would be useless against whatever had been in that thicket. The rational part of my brain, the trained ranger, was screaming that I had experienced an auditory hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But the animal part of me, the part that had felt the plucking at my jacket, knew better. I wasn't crazy. I was prey. When the helicopter finally appeared, a noisy, beautiful machine descending from the gray sky, a wave of relief so powerful, it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. The flight back to the main search base was a blur. I sat huddled in the back, shivering, not entirely from the cold. The other rangers in the chopper knew something was wrong. They saw my pale face, the wild look in my eyes, the fresh scratches on my cheeks, but they didn't ask questions. In Alaska, you learn to give a man his space. Back at base camp, Mark, our search coordinator, pulled me aside into the command tent. He handed me a thermos of hot, sweet coffee. His face was a mask of professional concern, but I could see the questions in his eyes. "Talk to me, Dave," he said, his voice gentle. "What happened out there?" I tried to explain. I told him about the laughter, how it sounded like children, how it led me into the thicket. I told him how it surrounded me, how the tone turned malicious and mocking. My voice cracked as I described the feeling of herded, of being toyed with. I left out the part about feeling hands on my jacket. It sounded too insane, even to my own ears. Mark listened patiently, his expression never changing. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. "Auditory pareidolia," he said finally. "It's a known phenomenon. The brain tries to make sense of random noise. The wind, water, animals, and creates a pattern. In your case, given the stress of the search, it manifested as voices. It happens, Dave. You're exhausted. We've all been pushing too hard." I just stared at him, the coffee mug trembling in my hands. He wasn't listening. He was diagnosing. He was fitting my experience into a neat, rational box where it couldn't hurt him. "Mark, it wasn't the wind," I said, my voice low and intense. "It was real. It was intelligent. It was leading me. And it just disappeared when you ran out of the trees." He asked, a hint of skepticism creeping into his tone. "Yes." He sighed, running a hand over his tired face. "Look, Dave, I'm not discounting what you experienced. But we don't have the luxury of chasing ghost stories. We have a man to find. You're done for the day. Get some food. Get some sleep. We'll put you on a line with a partner tomorrow, somewhere in the open tundra." I didn't argue. I knew it was pointless. To him, I was just another ranger who had spent a little too much time alone in the big empty. As I walked to my tent, the memory of Ben Kai's story returned. They drive him mad with fear and despair until he does the job for them. I felt a cold dread creep into my heart for Ethan Hayes. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the high-pitched, jeering laughter. The next morning, the search resumed. As promised, I was assigned to a team sweeping an open, rolling section of tundra, miles away from the valley. The work was a welcome distraction, but I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. Around noon, the call we had all been waiting for and dreading came over the radio. It was the pilot from Helicopter 1. "Base, this is Air 1. I have a visual. A patch of color doesn't look natural. Small clearing surrounded by birch trees. Sending coordinates now." A grim silence fell over the radio channel. Mark's voice cut through it. "All ground teams, converge on Air 1's coordinates." My team was the closest. It took us 45 minutes of hard hiking to reach the location. It was a small, secluded clearing, almost peaceful. And in the center of it, hanging from the low, sturdy branch of a small birch tree, was the body of Ethan Hayes. The scene was quiet and profoundly sad. There was no sign of a struggle. His pack was neat on the ground below him. It looked, for all intents and purposes, like a textbook suicide. The official report would say he succumbed to despair, that the isolation and hopelessness of being lost became too much to bear. That's what everyone would believe. But I saw the other things. While the other rangers worked, cutting him down with a grim, practiced efficiency, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. The ground was soft mud, damp from the recent rains. And I saw the tracks, dozens of them. They were small, barefoot prints, the size of a child's. They were everywhere, circling the birch tree in a chaotic, overlapping pattern. They pressed deep into the mud, as if from a dance or a celebration. Some were right at the base of the tree, directly under where he had been hanging. I felt the blood drain from my face I knelt, my fingers tracing the outline of one perfect, tiny footprint. It was exactly as Ben had described. They hadn't killed him with their hands. They had killed him with their laughter. They had herded him here, to this secluded spot, miles from where he was supposed to be. They had mocked him and jeered at him in his final, desperate moments. They had watched him die, and then they had danced. One of the other rangers, a young guy named Sam, walked over. "What'd you find, Dave?" I stood up quickly, my body blocking the tracks from his view. "Nothing," I said, my voice hoarse. "Just checking the area." He nodded, his eyes on the tragic scene behind us. God, what a way to go. Can you imagine being that alone? He wasn't alone, I thought, a wave of nausea washing over me. That was the whole problem. We packed him out. The official report was filed suicide. I never mentioned the tracks. Who would have believed me? I would have been pulled from duty, sent for a psychiatric evaluation. I would have lost the job that, despite everything, I loved. So I kept the secret. But I know what happened to Ethan Hayes. He wasn't a victim of the wilderness. He was a victim of its inhabitants. The ones that don't appear in the Park Service manuals. He'd heard the laughter, too, and he'd followed it. I still work as a ranger in Denali. I still climb the mountains and patrol the valleys. But I don't do it with the same confidence I once had. I listen to the wind differently now. I stay out of the deep thickets when the light begins to fail. And sometimes, when the silence gets too heavy and the shadows grow too long, I think I can hear it, faint and far away. The sound of children laughing. And I know it's time to go home. My official title is Park Ranger Delilah Washington, a designation that appears on my uniform, my identification, and the paperwork I file at the end of each long, humid week. But everyone who knows me past a handshake calls me D. For the past 8 years, I've had the profound privilege of working at Congaree National Park in South Carolina. This isn't a park in the grand postcard sense of the word, not like the granite monuments of Yosemite or the Geyser, filled basins of Yellowstone. There are no majestic, snow-capped peaks here, no vast, open canyons that steal your breath with their scale. Congaree is something else entirely. It's intimate, ancient, and primal. The park protects one of the last significant tracts of old-growth bottomland, hardwood forest left in North America. To put it plainly, it's a swamp, a floodplain forest shaped and defined by the slow, meandering waters of the Congaree and Wateree rivers. The air here is a physical presence, a thick, soapy mixture of humidity, the scent of damp earth, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves. It's a place that feels prehistoric, where the canopy of giant loblolly pines, water tupelos, and ancient bald cypress trees is so dense that it can feel like twilight even at high noon. Sunlight struggles to pierce the gloom, and when it does, it comes down in ethereal, shifting columns, illuminating dust motes and lazy insects dancing in the still air. It's a cathedral of green and brown, and for most of my career, it has been my sanctuary. My connection to this land runs deeper than my job title. My grandmother grew up just a few miles from here, and she used to tell me stories of the Darkwater Woods, a place of immense beauty and profound mystery. She spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and caution, a respect I didn't fully understand until I started working here. I learned the park not just from training manuals and topographical maps, but from the seat of my kayak, paddle in hand, navigating the serpentine twists of Cedar Creek. My patrols are often solitary affairs, quiet journeys through a world that seems to operate on a different time scale. The usual soundtrack is the gentle dip and pull of my paddle, the call of a barred owl echoing through the trees, the sudden splash of a gar, or the low, guttural grunt of a bullfrog. I've shared the water with countless turtles, sunning themselves on logs, watched river otters play with a sleek, fluid grace, and given the local alligators a wide, respectful berth. The swamp had its dangers, of course, but they were known dangers, a part of the natural order I understood and respected. It was home. The day it happened began like any other sweltering day in late July. The air was already heavy and oppressive by the time. I launched my kayak shortly after sunrise. The mission for the day was routine. A long paddle into a remote section of the park known as the Weston Lake Loop to check on a water level monitor. It's a critical piece of equipment for us, especially during the summer, as it helps us predict and track the floods that are the lifeblood of this ecosystem. The trip out was uneventful, almost meditative. The black water of the creek, stained the color of dark, brewed tea by the tannins from the cypress trees, was like a mirror, reflecting the dense wall of green that pressed in from all sides. The cypress knees, those strange, knobby growths that protrude from the water, stood like skeletal, bony fingers reaching for the sky. I reached the monitor around midday, performed the diagnostics, and radioed in the data. Everything was normal. I ate a packed lunch in the shade of a colossal water oak, the silence around me deep and comforting. As I sat there, a profound sense of peace washed over me. This was why I did this job. To be in a place so untouched, so fundamentally wild, felt like a gift. The modern world, with its noise and its haste, felt a million miles away. It was on the return journey that the character of the day began to shift. It was subtle at first, a change in the atmosphere so slight, I almost didn't register it. The usual late afternoon chorus of insects, the incessant buzzing and chirping that is the constant background music of the swamp, had started to fade. The birdsong, which had been vibrant just an hour before, had tapered off into an unnerving quiet. The only sound was the hum of my small electric trolling motor and the gentle lapping of water against the hull of my kayak. An experienced ranger learns to trust their instincts, and mine were telling me that something was off. The swamp holds its breath for two reasons: a coming storm or a nearby predator. The sky was clear, so my mind turned to the latter. A bobcat, perhaps, or a large alligator moving through the undergrowth. I slowed the motor, my senses on high alert, scanning the dense shoreline. I was in one of the most secluded parts of the creek, a narrow channel flanked by thick stands of palmetto and tangled vines. It was getting close to dusk, the time of day the locals call the gloaming, when the light turns a soft, bruised purple and the shadows grow long and deceptive. I was about to round the final bend before the creek widened out again, when my trolling motor sputtered. It coughed once, twice, and then fell silent. A flicker of annoyance, but not panic. I'd been in this situation before. Batteries die. That's what the paddle strapped to the side of the kayak was for. No problem, I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the sudden silence. Just a long row home. I tried the ignition again, just in case. Nothing. The silence that followed was absolute, a heavy blanket that smothered the world. It was then, in that profound stillness, that I smelled it. It wasn't a normal swamp smell. I know the scent of decay, of wet mud, of blooming water lilies, and the musky odor of a gator's den. This was something else entirely, a thick, gagging stench that hit the back of my throat and made my eyes water. It was a complex and horrifying cocktail of odors, the cloying foulness of a weak, old garbage bin left in the sun, the rank smell of a wet, unwashed dog, and the sharp, acrid spray of a skunk, all rolled into one overwhelming wave. It was so potent, it felt like a physical weight in the air. And it was coming from the dense tree line on the bank, no more than 20 feet away. I froze, my hand still on the useless motor. Every nerve ending in my body screamed danger. This wasn't a smell of death. It was a smell of life, a rank, unholy vitality. My gaze was locked on the wall of green from which the odor was emanating. And then I heard the sound. It was a heavy thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the four-legged scramble of a deer or a wild hog crashing through the brush. This was different. It was the deliberate, measured tread of something massive, something heavy, and it was bipedal. The sound vibrated through the water, a low-frequency tremor I felt in the hull of my kayak and deep in my chest. My heart, which had been beating at a steady, calm rhythm moments before, began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed my paddle, my knuckles turning white as I gripped the smooth wood. The palmetto fans on the bank, thick as a privacy screen, began to shake violently, as if something immense was pushing its way through them. A low grunt echoed from the same spot, a deep, guttural sound that was not quite animal, not quite human. It was a sound of exertion and annoyance, and it vibrated through my very bones. In that moment, every local story I had ever dismissed as folklore came rushing back. Every swamp, every deep wood has its monster. Down here, in the humid wetlands of the South, they call it the skunk ape, the foul-smelling, reclusive cousin of Bigfoot. A giant, hair-covered ape, like man, that supposedly sticks to the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the wilderness. I'd heard the tales from fishermen, seen the grainy, unconvincing photos in local tabloids, and laughed them off as campfire stories, a fun bit of local mythology to spook tourists. I was a scientist, a professional. I dealt in facts, in observable data, in the known and categorized species of the park. But as I sat there, stranded on that black water, with the sun bleeding out of the sky, that suffocating stench burning my nostrils, and the heavy, two-legged footsteps moving just beyond my sight, the folklore suddenly felt terrifyingly, undeniably real. Time seemed to stretch and warp in that moment. My entire world, once a sprawling, familiar ecosystem, had shrunk to the dimensions of my small kayak and the 20-foot stretch of black water separating me from an impossible reality. The rational part of my brain, the part that had been trained to identify animal tracks, catalog flora, and handle park emergencies with a level head, was frantically trying to find a logical explanation. A black bear standing on its hind legs? No, the sound was wrong, the gait too deliberate. A feral hog, maybe a monstrously large one. Impossible. Hogs don't walk like that, and they certainly don't smell like a chemical spill in a landfill. Every logical explanation I grasped slipped through my fingers like water, leaving only the cold, hard dread of the unbelievable. The shaking in the palmetto fan stopped. For a heartbeat, there was only the suffocating stench and the frantic thumping of my own pulse in my ears. Then, a large shape detached itself from the deeper shadows behind a screen of cypress trees and moved into a sliver of open space. It wasn't a clear view, and for that, I am eternally grateful. What I saw was a silhouette, a massive, dark form outlined against the fading light. It was impossibly tall, easily 7, maybe 8 feet, with a powerful, broad-shouldered build that spoke of immense strength. The shape was distinctly man-like, but grotesquely so. Its arms were too long, hanging down nearly to its knees, and its head seemed to sit directly on its shoulders, with no discernible neck. The entire form was covered in what looked like a thick, matted shag of dark hair. I couldn't make out facial features, just a dark, hulking presence that seemed to absorb the light around it. It turned its head slowly, a deliberate movement, and I felt its attention lock onto me. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt them. It was a feeling I had never experienced before, not even with the largest alligators. This wasn't the simple, instinctual awareness of a predator. This felt different. It felt like an assessment. It felt intelligent. The swamp, which had always been my sanctuary, my place of peace, instantly transformed. It was no longer my home. It was its home. The dense, tangled forest wasn't a beautiful wilderness. It was the creature's perfect hunting ground, a fortress of shadows from which it could watch and wait. I, on the other hand, was completely exposed, a solitary figure in a tiny plastic boat on the open water. The feeling of being prey was a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest that made it hard to breathe. I was no longer Ranger Delilah Washington. I was just meat. My training kicked in. A thin, reedy voice of reason in a hurricane of panic. Don't show fear. Don't make sudden movements. Don't appear to be a threat. But my body wasn't listening. A tremor started in my hands, shaking the paddle I was gripping so tightly. The creature took a step, paralleling my position on the creek. The heavy thump of its footfall was followed by the sickening crack of a branch under its immense weight. It was stalking me, keeping to the cover of the trees, watching my every move. The slow, deliberate pace was the most terrifying part. It wasn't rushing. It wasn't charging. It was simply walking alongside me, as if to say, "You can't go anywhere I can't follow. This is my pace. This is my domain. I had to move." Staying here, frozen in place, was a death sentence. I dipped the paddle into the black water, trying to make the movement as slow and silent as possible. My goal wasn't speed, not yet. It was stealth. I wanted to slip away, to become just another shadow on the water, to disappear around the next bend without provoking the thing on the bank. The kayak glided forward, the only sound a soft, as the hull cut through the water. I didn't dare take my eyes off the spot where I had last seen it. I paddled again, my muscles screaming with the effort of keeping the motion smooth and controlled. It knew. The instant my kayak began to move with purpose, the creature let out another grunt. This one was different from the first. It was louder, closer, and filled with a note of aggression, of challenge. It was the sound of a territorial predator that had just seen its quarry attempt to flee. Before I could process the sound, I heard a tremendous splash. It wasn't the sound of something falling into the water. It was the sound of something immense entering the water. A wave of displaced water rocked my kayak, nearly unseating me. Panic, raw and absolute, finally shattered the last vestiges of my training. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified of what I would see wading through the dark water behind me. I dug the paddle in. all pretense of silence gone, and pulled with every ounce of strength I possessed. My mind was a white, hot blank of terror, focused on a single, primal command: escape. The kayak surged forward. Behind me, I could hear it. The sound of powerful legs churning through the shallows. The sloshing and sucking of mud as it pushed its way through the creek bed. It was faster than I could have imagined. The sounds were getting closer. The creek, my familiar highway, became a nightmarish obstacle course. Cypress knees that I usually navigated with ease now seemed like jagged spears waiting to rip open the hull of my kayak. Low, hanging branches clawed at my face as I paddled frantically, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. The stench was still there, a constant, suffocating presence that seemed to cling to me, as if the creature itself were breathing down my neck. I could hear its heavy, water-logged breathing now, a guttural, rasping sound that was somehow even more terrifying than the footsteps. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the deepening twilight, I saw it. It was about 30 yards back, wading through the chest, deep water with an unnerving ease. Its massive shoulders and head were above the surface, a dark, unstoppable shape plowing a V-shaped wake through the black water. It was gaining on me. The sight sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I paddled harder, my arms burning, my lungs on fire. The world narrowed to the blade of my paddle hitting the water, the pull of the stroke, the burn in my muscles, and the horrifying sounds of pursuit behind me. For what felt like an eternity, this was my reality. The desperate race through the darkening swamp, the monster in the water behind me, the familiar landscape turned alien and hostile. Every splash behind me made my heart leap into my throat. I expected to feel a massive, hairy hand clamp down on the stern of my kayak at any second, to be pulled into that dark, foul-smelling water. I was no longer in Congaree National Park. I was in a primal nightmare, a story my grandmother might have told, come to horrifying life. Finally, with my strength failing, I rounded a wide bend in the creek, and I saw it. A single, steady light shining through the trees. The ranger station. It was still a long way off, maybe half a mile, but it was a beacon. It was safety. It was civilization. It was a world where skunk apes didn't exist. As if it saw it too, or perhaps sensed the change in me, the creature behind me let out one last, long, guttural roar. It was a sound of pure, frustrated rage, a sound that echoed across the water and through the ancient trees. And then, the sounds of pursuit stopped. The splashing ceased. The heavy breathing was gone. I paddled another 50 yards, my kayak gliding into the wider, more open water near the boat launch, before I dared to look back again. There was nothing. Just the still, black water and the impenetrable wall of the swamp. Silent once more, guarding its terrible secret. I didn't stop paddling, even after the roar faded and the sounds of pursuit vanished. My arms were screaming, my back was a knot of fire, but I kept going, driven by a primal fear that logic couldn't touch. The silence left in the creature's wake was somehow just as terrifying as the noise had been. It was a heavy, listening silence, and I felt as though the entire swamp was holding its breath, its unseen eyes watching me flee. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a hulking, broad-shouldered form. Every ripple on the black water looked like the beginning of a wake. The half-mile paddle to the ranger station was the longest journey of my life. My mind was a chaotic slideshow of the silhouette against the twilight, the sound of its breathing, the sheer, impossible size of it. when the hull of my kayak finally scraped against the gravel of the boat launch. The sound was so jarringly normal that it almost brought me to my knees. I practically fell out of the boat, my legs trembling so badly I could barely stand. I scrambled up the bank, dragging the kayak with a strength I didn't know I possessed, my eyes constantly scanning the dark tree line at the edge of the water. Marcus, one of the seasonal rangers, was just locking up the equipment shed. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness and fell on me. "D, you're back late?" he called out, his voice friendly and blessedly ordinary. "Everything all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to form a sentence, but my throat was raw, my mouth as dry as dust. I managed a weak, shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. "Battery died," I croaked, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. "Long paddle back. Just tired." He nodded sympathetically, his flashlight beam moving from my pale face to the kayak. "Happens to the best of us. Those old batteries are junk. I'll help you get it loaded up." I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him by the shoulders and tell him that there was something in the water, something monstrous and real that had chased me, that was even now watching us from the darkness. But how could I? What would I say? A 7-foot-tall, foul-smelling ape man chased me down the creek. They would think I was crazy, that I'd had a heat stroke-induced hallucination. I'd be on administrative leave and undergoing a psychological evaluation before sunrise. You can't file a report on a skunk ape. So I said nothing. I just nodded, my body moving on autopilot as we secured the kayak to my truck. I could still smell the stench. Or maybe it was just imprinted on my memory. A phantom odor that I feared would never leave me. The drive home was a blur. I don't remember the turns I took, or the traffic lights I stopped at. My mind was still in the swamp, paddling frantically through the dark water. When I got to my small house on the edge of the park, I locked the doors, checked the windows, and stood in the shower for nearly an hour, scrubbing my skin until it was raw, as if I could wash away the feeling of being watched, the memory of that unholy smell. But the water did nothing to quell the terror. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the silhouette. I heard the splash, the guttural roar. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the normal night sounds of the country. The chirping of crickets, the distant bark of a dog, and interpreting them all through a new filter of fear. Was that creak just the house settling? Or was it a heavy footstep on my porch? Was it the wind in the pines? Or was it a low, rasping breath just outside my window? The sanctuary of my own home had been breached, its walls made thin and fragile by the knowledge of what lived just beyond the tree line. The next day, I went back to work. I filed my patrol report, noting the dead motor on the kayak and requesting a replacement. I talked with my colleagues about water levels and trail maintenance, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. I was living in two worlds at once. In one, I was Ranger D. Washington, a competent professional going about her duties. In the other, I was a terrified survivor, a woman who had looked into the heart of the unknown and seen it look back. The park was never the same for me again. My relationship with it was fundamentally broken. The quiet solitude I once cherished now felt menacing. The deep shadows I once found beautiful now seemed to hide unimaginable things. When I took my kayak out on patrol, I stayed in the wider, more open channels. I avoided the narrow creeks and the remote loops. I found myself constantly scanning the shoreline, my hand never far from the canister of bears I now carried, though I knew it would be as effective as a water pistol against something that large. The call of a barred owl would make me jump. The rustle of a squirrel in the leaves would send a jolt of ice through my veins. My sanctuary had become a place of anxiety, my home a source of constant, low-grade dread. In the weeks that followed, I did something I never thought I would do. I went down a rabbit hole of internet forums and cryptozoology websites. I read dozens of eyewitness accounts of the skunk ape, the southern Sasquatch from Florida to Arkansas. Most were easily dismissible. Blurry photos, outlandish claims, stories that reeked of hoax. But some of them made the hair on my arms stand up. They described the same things I had experienced: the impossible height and build, the bipedal gait, the long arms, and most of all, the overwhelming, gag-inducing stench. They were written by hunters, fishermen, and hikers. People who, like me, knew the woods, who could tell the difference between a bear and something else. These were not people seeking fame. They were people who were scared, confused, and trying to make sense of something that defied all logical explanation. They were people like me. I never told anyone the full story of what happened that evening. I couldn't. To speak it aloud would be to give it a power I wasn't ready to confront, to invite ridicule and disbelief that I didn't have the strength to face. I simply said the motor died, and I had a long, tiring paddle back in the dark. It was the truth, just not the whole truth. But the secret I carry has changed me. I still do my job. I still patrol the black water of Congaree. I still marvel at its ancient beauty. But I do so with a new, heavy awareness. I know now that the maps we draw and the species we catalog don't tell the whole story. I know that my grandmother's stories of the dark water woods were more than just folklore. They were warnings. We are guests here, visitors in a world far older and stranger than we can comprehend. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that we are not the only things walking on two legs in the deep woods of the South. My name is Frank Miller. For 32 years, my office was the sprawling, untamed wilderness of West Virginia. I breathed air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only deadlines I had were the rising and setting of the sun. Now, my world is one of recycled air, the sterile hum of a computer, and a coffee mug that's perpetually lukewarm. I traded my ranger's uniform for a collared shirt and a tie that always feels a little too tight. A quiet retirement into a desk job that's safe, predictable, and soul-crushingly dull. But some nights, when the office is quiet and the only light is the glow from my monitor, the memories come back. Not the good ones of sun, dappled trails, or the thrill of spotting a black bear from a safe distance, but the other ones. The memories that remind me why I was so eager to trade the wild for the mundane. Before I was shuffling papers, I was a state park ranger. Most of my career was what you'd expect, helping lost hikers, managing wildlife, and dealing with the occasional poacher or illegal camper. It was a life grounded in logic and the observable laws of nature. I'm a nuts and bolts kind of guy, always have been. If I can't see it, touch it, weigh it, and measure it, I don't put much stock in it. My world was one of soil samples, animal tracks, and weather patterns. Ghosts, UFOs, cryptids. To me, those were just stories people told around a campfire, products of overactive imaginations fueled by darkness and isolation. I'd heard them all, and I dismissed them all with a patient smile and a rational explanation. Then I was assigned to a patrol area in Mason County, and my neat, orderly world began to unravel at the seams. My new patrol zone bordered a vast, unnerving stretch of federal land. Officially, it was designated surplus government property. To the locals, it had only one name: the TNT area. It was an old, decommissioned WI munitions plant, a sprawling complex of decay that the forest was slowly, relentlessly reclaiming. Imagine miles upon miles of crumbling access roads, choked with weeds, leading to nowhere. Picture dozens of enormous, windowless concrete bunkers, like ancient tombs, their thick steel doors either rusted shut or gaping open into blackness. Skeletal remains of warehouses and processing plants stood like silent, rusting giants, their metal skins peeling away to reveal the girders beneath. The entire place was a monument to forgotten industry and forgotten fears, a ghost of a time when the world was at war. Even without the stories, the place was profoundly creepy. There was a stillness to it, an unnatural silence that even the birds and insects seemed to respect. You could stand at the perimeter fence and feel the weight of the place pressing in on you. It was a landscape of straight lines and hard angles, an unnatural geometry that fought against the organic chaos of the surrounding woods. It felt wrong. And then there were the stories. The locals, people whose families had lived in those hills for generations, spoke of the TNT area in hushed tones. They talked of strange lights in the sky, of government spooks in unmarked black cars still patrolling the empty roads, of animals that weren't quite right, deer with an unsettling intelligence in their eyes, coyotes that didn't sound like coyotes at all. And, of course, they talked about the events of '66 and '67. They talked about the Mothman. I'd seen the old newspaper clippings, of course. The sensational headlines about a man-sized bird creature something, with glowing red eyes. I'd read the witness accounts, the tales of terror that culminated in the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge. As a man of logic, I had my explanations ready. Mass hysteria, a misidentified owl, maybe a prank that got out of hand. The bridge collapse was a tragedy, yes, but it was due to a faulty I-bar chain, a failure of steel and engineering, not a curse from a winged boogeyman. I was confident, comfortable in my skepticism. I believed in faulty steel, not omens. My primary duty in that sector was to be a glorified security guard. The TNT area, with its eerie reputation and crumbling structures, was a magnet for teenagers looking for a place to party or a thrill. My job was to patrol the perimeter fence, repair any breaches, and ensure no one got inside. It was a dangerous place, riddled with sinkholes, asbestos, and who knows what kind of chemical residue soaking into the soil. I was there to keep people safe, to enforce the tangible, logical threat of physical harm. The night it happened was in late October. The air had that sharp, cold edge to it that promises winter is coming. The leaves were mostly down, leaving the trees as a stark, skeletal lattice against the sky. It was a moonless night, the kind of profound, ink, black dark you only find deep in the country, far from the light pollution of any town. The kind of dark where the forest feels like a living, breathing entity that swallows the light from your truck's headlights, giving you back nothing but a few dozen yards of illuminated road before the blackness closes in again. I was doing a late patrol, my third sweep of the northern fence line. The reports of kids getting in had been more frequent, and my supervisor wanted a visible presence, The hours between midnight and 4 a.m. were the worst. The world is asleep, and the profound loneliness of the job can start to play tricks on your mind. The familiar crackle of the radio is your only companion. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth gets amplified in the silence. But I was used to it. I was a professional. I had pulled my Ford F-150 over to the shoulder of narrow access road to inspect a section of fence that looked like it had been recently tampered with. That's when I got the feeling. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a primal, biological alarm that bypassed my logical brain entirely. It was the feeling of being watched, not by a curious deer or a passing raccoon. This was different. This was the cold, heavy certainty of being observed by something with intelligence and intent. The hairs on the back of my neck and on my forearms stood rigid. A cold current entirely separate from the autumn chill traced a line up my spine. It was the ancient, instinctual terror of a prey animal that has just realized a predator is nearby. My hand, which had been reaching for the door handle, froze. My training kicked in, a calm, methodical process designed to override panic. But my body wasn't listening. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, the air stinging my lungs. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was absolute and deafening. The rumble of the engine had been a shield, and now it was gone. The only sound was the frantic thumping of my own blood in my ears. I slowly, deliberately switched off the headlights. The world plunged into an almost total blackness, and the feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a mouse cowering under the gaze of a hawk. I let my eyes adjust for a long minute, my gaze fixed on the impenetrable wall of trees just beyond the fence. My mind was racing, trying to put a name to the fear. A bear, a bobcat. Maybe a poacher who thought I was onto him. I was armed, of course. But the feeling I had wasn't something a sidearm could solve. After what felt like an eternity, I reached for the heavy, reassuring weight of my department, issue maglite. It was a beast of a flashlight, a solid club of black aluminum. I clicked it on, and its powerful beam cut a perfect, sharp-edged cone through the oppressive darkness. I began to scan the tree line, moving the beam slowly, methodically, from left to right. Just trees. Gnarled oaks, tall pines, a tangle of underbrush. Shadows danced and leaped as the light moved, playing tricks on my eyes. I was starting to feel foolish, my rational mind reasserting control. It's just nerves, Frank. You're tired. It's the woods. I was about to write the whole thing off, to chalk it up to a long night and a creepy location. I swept the beam one last time across the woods, ready to fire up the engine and continue my patrol. That's when I saw them, and my blood ran cold. About 100 yards into the woods, maybe 10 or 12 feet up in the branches of a massive, ancient oak tree, were two enormous, glowing circles. They were perfectly round, perfectly spaced, and they shone with a soft internal, deep, red light. They weren't reflections. My flashlight beam was aimed directly at them. But this light wasn't a reflection of my own. It was a source. It was like looking at the burning ends of two giant, perfectly aligned cigars, glowing with a steady, malevolent intensity in the suffocating dark. And they were staring right at me. Time seemed to stretch and warp. For how long I sat there, frozen in the driver's seat of my truck with the maglite beam trembling in my hand, I couldn't say. It could have been seconds. It could have been a full minute. My entire world had contracted to the narrow cone of light, and the two impossible, hypnotic points of crimson staring back at me from the darkness. They didn't blink. They didn't waver. They just glowed with a steady, serene malevolence that felt ancient and utterly alien. Every rational fiber of my being screamed for an explanation. My mind, the same nuts and bolts mind that had served me for decades, began frantically sifting through its catalog of nocturnal wildlife. An owl? No. An owl's eyes reflect light, they don't generate it, and no owl on God's green earth has eyes the size of saucers. A bobcat? A bear? Their eyeshine is typically green or yellow, a brief, startling flash in the darkness, not this deep, self-sustaining, blood, red burn. My brain was like a computer, fed a command it couldn't process, its fans screaming as it cycled through every known possibility, finding nothing. Could it be some kind of drone? A prank by the local kids? But the light wasn't mechanical. It didn't have the sharp, sterile quality of an LED. It felt organic, alive. It was the color of embers, the color of a dying fire, and it held a terrifying, focused intelligence. The part of my brain that wasn't paralyzed by logic was screaming a much simpler, more primal message: run. But I couldn't move. The maglite felt fused to my hand, my arm locked in place. My foot was hovering uselessly over the accelerator. I was pinned by that gaze. A specimen under a microscope, and the silence of the woods seemed to deepen, pressing in on the cab of the truck until I thought the glass would shatter. Then the darkness around the eyes began to shift. It wasn't a sudden movement. It was a slow, deliberate detachment from the deeper blackness of the tree and the night sky. What I had assumed was the trunk of the oak tree, or a cluster of thick branches, was not a tree at all. A shape began to resolve itself, a form coalescing around those two burning points of light. It was huge, far bigger than any man. A broad, powerful torso, vaguely humanoid in its outline, but wider, thicker, and from its shoulders something unfolded. With a terrifying, silent grace, two massive wings unfurled from its back. They didn't flap or flutter. They simply expanded, like a dark cloak being thrown open. They were not feathered like a bird's wings, nor leathery like a bat's. They seemed to be made of shadow itself, absorbing the faint starlight, creating a patch of absolute nothingness against the night. They stretched from one major branch of the oak to another, a span that had to be 10, maybe 15 feet across. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking and horrifying. It was a man-like figure, but it was a caricature, a nightmare version of the human form, stretched and twisted into something new and terrible. It hadn't been perched in the tree. It had been part of it, folded into the darkness like some grotesque, nocturnal flower. And in that instant, a word, a name, exploded in my head. It wasn't a thought I consciously formed. It was an answer that bubbled up from the terrified recesses of my memory, dredged from the half-forgotten headlines and hushed stories I had so casually dismissed. Mothman. The name landed in my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. The creature from the stories, the winged harbinger from the local folklore. The thing I had explained away with smug, rational certainty was unfolding itself from a tree 100 yards away. And it was looking right at me. The skepticism, the logic, the entire foundation of my nuts and bolts worldview crumbled into dust in the face of that impossible reality. This wasn't a misidentified owl. This wasn't a prank. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something powerful, and something that had no place in the world I knew. The creature shifted its weight, a subtle, fluid movement that was utterly silent. There was no crackle of leaves, no groan of wood. For a thing of its size, its lack of sound was perhaps the most terrifying thing about it. It was a hole in the natural world, a vacuum where noise should have been. It tilted its head, and the two red eyes seemed to study me, to assess me with a cold, detached curiosity that was far more frightening than any overt aggression. It felt as if it was looking straight through the windshield, through my skin and bones, and into the frantic, terrified core of my being. Then, with a single, powerful downbeat of its massive wings, it launched itself from the tree. There was no screech, no roar, no sound of exertion. There was only a sudden, faint rush of displaced air, a whisper that was more felt than heard. It didn't climb into the air so much as it simply ascended, a silent, black shape rising into the star-dusted sky. It moved with an eerie, effortless grace, a black cutout against the cosmos. For a heart-stopping moment, it hovered, its red eyes still fixed on me, a final, damning gaze. And then it came towards me. It didn't dive or swoop. It simply flew, its vast wings beating in a slow, steady, utterly silent rhythm. It passed directly over my truck, a colossal shadow that blotted out the entire night sky for a second. The cab was plunged into a darkness, so complete it felt like being submerged in ink. I instinctively ducked, throwing an arm over my head, my body finally breaking free from its paralysis in a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. I could feel the pressure change in the cab, a subtle thrum that vibrated through the truck's frame. It was so close I felt I could have reached out and touched it. And then it was gone. The stars reappeared. The oppressive shadow vanished. It had passed over me and disappeared into the night, as silently as it had appeared. I was left alone in my truck, in the sudden, ringing silence of the woods. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air I didn't realize I'd been holding. A violent, uncontrollable tremor seized my entire body. My teeth were chattering so hard, I thought they would crack. I looked at my hands on the steering wheel, and they were shaking so violently they were just a blur. I fumbled for the ignition, my fingers like clumsy, useless sausages. The key scraped against the steering column, missing the slot. I tried again, dropping the keys onto the floor mat. A strangled sob of frustration and fear escaped my lips. I scrambled for the keys, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gulps. Finally, my trembling fingers closed around the key. I jammed it into the ignition, twisted it, and the engine roared to life with a sound that felt like a gunshot in the profound silence. I didn't bother with the headlights. I slammed the truck into drive, the tires spinning on the gravel shoulder, and I floored it. I drove away from that place with a reckless, desperate speed I had never used in my life, not even in an emergency. The truck fishtailed on the narrow road, branches scraping and screeching against the side panels, but I didn't care. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that tree, between myself and those red eyes. I drove straight back to the ranger station, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes wide and staring, seeing not the road ahead, but the replay of that silent, winged shape against the stars. I burst through the door of the station, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost. Which, in a way, I suppose I had. The night duty officer, a young kid named Henderson, looked up from his magazine, his eyes wide with alarm. "Frank, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I opened my mouth to speak, to tell him what I had seen. But what could I say? I just saw a 10-foot tall man with wings and glowing red eyes fly over my truck. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. They would have taken my badge and my gun. My career, my reputation, my entire life as a sensible, grounded man would have been over. So I just shook my head, the tremors still racking my body. Nothing. I croaked, my voice hoarse. Just spooked a bear. Big one. I didn't say another word. I went to the small locker room, splashed cold water on my face, and sat on the bench, shaking, for the better part of an hour, waiting for the sun to come up, praying for the light to chase the memory of that impossible darkness away. It never did. Sleep didn't come that night, or the night after. How could it? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them too. Burning red circles in an impossible darkness. I would see the silent unfolding of those massive wings. The way the creature blotted out the stars, a void in the shape of a man. I'd jolt awake in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the echo of that silent flight thrumming through my bones. My flimsy excuse of having spooked a bear held up, but only just. Henderson and the other rangers looked at me with a mixture of concern and pity. They saw a man who was unraveling, but they attributed it to stress, to the long, lonely hours. They couldn't possibly comprehend the truth. The truth was, the world I had known for over 30 years, a world governed by predictable, physical laws, had been irrevocably shattered. I tried to rationalize it. In the harsh, unforgiving light of day, I would sit with a cup of coffee and try to piece together a logical explanation. A weather balloon. An experimental military drone from the nearby Air Force Base. A cleverly executed hoax with kites and LEDs. I desperately clung to these possibilities, turning them over and over in my mind, trying to make them fit. But none of them did. No balloon could move with such deliberate, intelligent grace. No drone could be that large, that silent. No prank could explain the primal, gut-wrenching terror I had felt, the feeling of being scrutinized by a non-human intelligence. The memory was too vivid, too real. My own senses, the very tools I had relied on my entire life, had become my tormentors. Work became a nightmare. I, who had once found solace and peace in the deep woods, now felt a constant, gnawing anxiety whenever I was on patrol. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden form. Every gust of wind sounded like the rush of silent wings. I couldn't look at a large oak tree without my throat tightening. I started making excuses to avoid night patrols, trading shifts, feigning illness. I took a new route that added 20 minutes to my commute just to avoid driving past the TNT area after dark. The fence I was supposed to be guarding became a boundary I was terrified to approach. The fear was a constant companion, a cold weight in the pit of my stomach. My colleagues noticed the change. "You okay, Frank?" My supervisor, a good man named Dave, asked me one afternoon. "You seem on edge." I just nodded and mumbled something about not sleeping well. How could I tell him the truth? How could I explain that the foundation of my reality had been cracked? And I was terrified of what might crawl through the fissures. I was Frank Miller, the nuts and bolts guy, the skeptic. Admitting what I saw would be admitting that I had been wrong about everything. More than that, it would be admitting that there were things in this world that were vast, ancient, and utterly indifferent to human comprehension. It was a terrifying, isolating knowledge to carry alone. About a week after my encounter, the news broke. It was all over the local radio station when I came into the station one morning. A freight train had derailed just a few miles down the river from the TNT area. Several tanker cars had ruptured, spilling thousands of gallons of hazardous chemicals into the Kanawha River. The reports were chaotic at first, talk of evacuations, a massive environmental cleanup, and the potential for a real catastrophe. A plume of toxic gas had been released, and if the wind had been blowing a different direction, it could have drifted over a nearby town with devastating consequences. By some miracle, no one was killed, but it was a close call. The news called it a disaster narrowly averted. I stood there in the station, coffee cup halfway to my lips, and a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air washed over me. The location, the timing, it was too much to be a coincidence. My mind flashed back to the old stories, the folklore I had so arrogantly dismissed. The stories didn't just describe a monster. They described a pattern. The sightings of the Mothman in '66 and '67 had preceded dozens of smaller tragedies and misfortunes, all culminating in the horrific collapse of a silver bridge, which claimed 46 lives. The creature wasn't seen as a cause of these disasters, but as a herald, a silent observer drawn to the scent of tragedy yet to come, a harbinger of doom. Suddenly, the cold, detached curiosity in those red eyes made a horrifying kind of sense. It hadn't been looking at me as an individual. I was just a park ranger in a truck, a tiny, insignificant detail in the landscape. It had been looking at the area, at the river, at the threads of fate that were about to converge in a tangle of twisted steel and toxic chemicals. It was a witness to a future I couldn't see. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. That thing, that silent, winged shape, understood disaster on a level I couldn't begin to fathom. It didn't cause the tragedy, but it knew it was coming. It was drawn to it, like a vulture to a dying animal. I never told anyone the full story. Not my wife, not my supervisor, not the therapist I started seeing a few months later for it. Work-related anxiety. The secret was a wall between me and the rest of the world. I requested a transfer a few months. After that, taking the first desk job that came available, a position 200 miles away from Mason County. I needed the noise of the city, the predictable grid of streets, the solid, man-made certainty of concrete and steel. I needed to be somewhere the trees didn't have secrets and the darkness wasn't watching. I know what the stories say. I know the theories. Some say the Mothman is an alien, others a cryptid, a creature unknown to science. Some even believe it's a supernatural entity, an angel or a demon. I don't know what it was. I've spent years trying to put a label on it, to fit it into a neat little box in my mind, but it refuses to be categorized. It was simply something else. Something that operates on a level of reality that we are not equipped to understand. Now, I sit at this desk, surrounded by the mundane artifacts of a safe life. But the memory remains, as sharp and as terrifying as it was that night. I traded the wilderness for a cubicle, not because I was tired of being a ranger, but because I was afraid of the wild. I learned that night that the world is much bigger, much older, and much stranger than our science and our logic can account for. There are things that live in the deep, dark corners of the world, things that have been here long before us and will be here long after we're gone. And sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you might just catch a glimpse of them. You might see something that you can't explain, something that shatters your understanding of the world. And you will never, ever be the same. I know I wasn't. When I saw those red eyes, I was looking at an omen, a living, breathing warning. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to this day, that I was looking at something that understood disaster on a level I hope I never have to again. My name is Maya Singh, and for the last 6 years, I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park. It's a title I wear with a profound sense of pride and responsibility. Most people, when they think of a park ranger, picture someone giving directions to a viewpoint or explaining the life cycle of a salmon. And yes, that's part of it. But that's the surface layer, the pleasant, public-facing crust of the job. The real work, the heart of it, happens in the quiet moments, deep within the park's sprawling, untamed wilderness. Olympic is not just a park. It's a collection of distinct and wild ecosystems stitched together into one massive, breathing entity. It's a place of staggering contrasts. On any given day, you can stand on the rugged, windswept Pacific coastline, where colossal waves, born from storms thousands of miles away, relentlessly pound against ancient sea stacks. Then, you can drive inland and find yourself enveloped in the damp, earthy scent of the Hoh rainforest, a temperate jungle where moss hangs from the limbs of giant Sitka spruce and western hemlock, like the tattered robes of ancient kings. The silence in there is a physical presence, a heavy green, tinted quiet that swallows sound. Higher still, you can climb into the alpine zone, a starkly beautiful world of rock, ice, and meadows that burst with wildflowers for a few fleeting summer weeks. This diversity is what draws people here. They come seeking solace, adventure, a connection to something larger and more primal than their day-to-day lives. I've met families seeing their first wild elk, seasoned mountaineers with ice in their beards, and artists who sit for hours, trying to capture the way the light filters through the canopy. These are the people who make the job a joy. They come with respect, with a sense of wonder. But the very thing that provides peace and solitude for them, the isolation, the sheer, overwhelming scale of the wilderness, attracts another kind of person. This is something you learn quickly. It's a lesson taught not in a classroom, but in the subtle shift of a stranger's gaze, in a question that hangs in the air a little too long. The wilderness doesn't judge. It offers a blank canvas, a place where the background noise of society fades away. For most, this is a blessing. For some, it's an opportunity to operate without witnesses, to let the darker parts of their nature off the leash, hidden beneath the same green canopy that shelters the deer and the bear. The day it happened was a Tuesday in late October. The tourist season had wound down, and a crisp, autumnal chill was settling into the valleys. The vibrant greens of summer were giving way to the muted golds and deep browns of the changing seasons. I was on a solo foot patrol, covering a less traffic trail in the lowland forest near the Elwha River. It was a beautiful, almost melancholic area, dominated by towering old growth Douglas firs that created a high, dense ceiling, leaving the forest floor in a state of perpetual twilight. The air was still and cold, and my breath plumed in front of me with every exhale. The only sounds were the soft crunch of my boots on the damp earth and the distant, melodic call of a varied thrush. I hadn't seen another soul for over 3 hours. This wasn't unusual for this trail, especially on a weekday in the off-season. I felt a sense of profound peace, a feeling of being the only person in the world. It was a sensation I cherished, the very reason I took this job. I felt my shoulders relax, the constant low, level alertness of being on duty softening into a comfortable awareness. I came around a wide bend in the trail, where a massive, moss-covered fir had fallen decades ago, its trunk now serving as a natural bench, and someone was sitting on it. My first reaction was a mild professional surprise. I automatically began my mental checklist. He appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s. He was fit, with the lean build of a regular hiker. His gear was standard, a good quality day pack. Sturdy looking boots, weather-appropriate clothing. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He was just a man sitting on a log, looking out into the dense woods. As I drew closer, I prepared my standard greeting, the one I'd used 1,000 times. I put on a professional, welcoming smile. "Afternoon," I said, my voice clear and friendly in the quiet air. "Everything okay?" He turned his head to look at me, and that's when the first, faint whisper of an alarm bell went off in my mind. It wasn't anything I could articulate, just a feeling. His eyes. They were dark and steady, but they seemed to lack any of the warmth or casual curiosity you'd expect from a hiker being approached by a ranger. They were flat, analytical. He didn't smile back, just enjoying the quiet. He said, his voice was even, almost monotone. He looked me over, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second on my uniform, my badge, the radio on my shoulder strap. "You're the first person I've seen all day." "It's a quiet trail," I replied, keeping my smile in place, though it felt a bit more rigid now. The alarm bell gave another faint, insistent ring. My training kicked in, pushing back against the unease. Assess, don't assume. Just doing my rounds. Have a good hike. My intention was to continue walking, to move past him, and let the encounter be just another brief, forgettable interaction. I took a step to the side of the log, but he spoke again, his voice cutting through my intention to leave. "You patrol this trail often?" I stopped. The question itself wasn't strange, but the timing and the tone were. It was too pointed. Hikers might ask about trail conditions, or wildlife sightings, or the distance to the next junction. They didn't usually ask about my patrol schedule. I turned back to face him fully. "Fairly regularly," I said, my voice becoming more neutral, shedding the practiced friendliness. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," he said, but his gaze was unwavering, almost challenging. He hadn't blinked. He was still sitting, but he had shifted his posture slightly, turning his body more towards me. "You always work alone?" There it was. The alarm bell was no longer a faint whisper. It was a loud, clanging gong in the center of my chest. This was wrong. This was not normal hiker small talk. Every instinct, honed by years of traversing these woods and dealing with the public, was screaming at me. The beautiful, peaceful forest I had been enjoying moments before suddenly felt different. The isolation was no longer a comfort. It was a tactical disadvantage. The towering trees were no longer majestic, they were walls, boxing us in. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was a suffocating blanket, ensuring no one could hear us. He was probing. He was gathering information. He wasn't asking about the trail, or the weather, or the birds. He was asking about me, about my routine, about my vulnerability. I kept my expression locked in a mask of professional neutrality. But inside, my system was flooding with adrenaline. The cold air suddenly felt electric. Every sound, the rustle of a leaf, the snap of a distant twig, was magnified, sharpened into a potential threat. My mind was racing, replaying his questions. "You patrol this trail often? You always work alone?" These were not questions, they were calculations. He was assessing risk. His risk, not mine. Sometimes, I said, my voice carefully measured, betraying none of the frantic energy surging through me. Is there something I can help you with, sir? Are you lost? I injected a note of official concern, trying to pivot the conversation back to a normal ranger-hiker dynamic. It was a test of my own. If he was just an awkward person, he'd likely seize the opportunity to ask for directions or end the conversation. He didn't. He stood up from the log. The movement was slow, deliberate, and utterly fluid. He wasn't creaky or stiff like a hiker who'd been resting for a while. He rose to his full height, and I had to revise my initial assessment. He was taller than I first thought, well over 6 feet, and he had a way of occupying space that felt intentional, like he was deliberately blocking the narrow trail. The friendly woods had transformed into a corridor, and he was the gatekeeper. "I'm not lost," he said, his voice still holding that unnerving, flat quality. He took a single, casual step closer. The distance between us shrank from a comfortable, conversational space to something intimate and confrontational. I could smell the faint, woodsy scent of the forest on his clothes. You're all alone out here." He gestured with a slight nod of his head to the dense, silent trees that pressed in on us from all sides. No one for miles. Your radio probably doesn't even get a signal in this part of the valley, does it? That question hit me like a physical blow. It was so specific, so tactically aware. And he was right. This particular valley was a notorious dead zone for radio communication. It was a known issue, something we were briefed on, a vulnerability we were trained to mitigate by being extra cautious. But it wasn't public knowledge. It wasn't something a casual hiker would know, or even think to ask about. He wasn't guessing. He knew. My hand, as if with a mind of its own, drifted down to my hip. My fingers brushed against the cold, hard polymer of my holster. I didn't unclip the retention strap, but the solid, familiar weight of the firearm beneath my hand was a small anchor in a sea of rising fear. It was a conscious movement, a piece of non-verbal communication. I am not helpless. My radio works just fine, I said, my voice colder now, stripped of all pretense. And I'm not alone. I have regular check-ins. It was a lie, of course. On a deep backcountry patrol like this, check-ins were hourly at best. And I was still 40 minutes out from my next scheduled call. 40 minutes might as well have been an eternity. He just smiled. It was the most chilling expression I had ever seen. It was a thin, humorless stretching of the lips that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes remained flat, cold, and analytical. It was the smile of a predator that has successfully cornered its prey and is taking a moment to savor the fear it has created. "Sure you do," he said softly, almost conspiratorially. Then he looked me up and down. It wasn't a lecherous gaze, which would have been bad enough. It was worse. It was a slow, appraising glance, the way a butcher might look at a side of beef. He was measuring me, weighing my strength against my fear. He was testing me, pushing on the boundaries of the situation, to see where they would bend, to see if they would break. He was enjoying the absolute power he held in that moment, in that isolated stretch of woods, miles from anyone who could help me. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy with unspoken violence. The forest, which had felt so peaceful just minutes before, now seemed to be his accomplice, its immense, uncaring isolation a weapon he was wielding against me. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive quiet. I had two choices. I could let the fear consume me. Let him see the terror he was so obviously trying to inspire. Or I could push back. I could take the authority that my uniform was supposed to grant me and make it real. I drew in a slow, steadying breath. I planted my feet firmly on the trail. I met his unwavering gaze with my own, channeling every ounce of command presence I had ever learned. Finally, I broke the silence. My voice was not loud, but it was hard and sharp, the voice I used when I was done with warnings. Sir, I'm going to need you to step aside and continue on your hike. Now. We stood there for what felt like a lifetime, locked in that silent standoff. His dead eyes stared into mine, searching for a flicker of weakness, a crack in the facade. I held his gaze, refusing to be the first to look away. The world seemed to narrow to the few feet of space between us. Then, something shifted in his expression. The corners of his thin smile widened slightly. He had found what he was looking for. He had pushed me to my limit, seen the fear, and seen the resolve that held it back. He had gotten what he came for. With a theatrical slowness, he took a deliberate step back, clearing the path. "Of course, officer," he said, and his tone was a masterpiece of mockery. Every syllable dripped with contempt for the authority I was clinging to. Wouldn't want to cause any trouble. I didn't say another word. I gave him a curt nod, my jaw tight, and walked past him. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. My back tingled with a primal, animal certainty that I was about to be attacked from behind. I forced myself to walk at a steady, measured pace. Not too fast to look like I was running, not too slow to seem hesitant. Each step was a monumental effort of will. The sound of my own footsteps on the trail was deafening. I walked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 100 yards. The urge to look back was almost overwhelming, a physical itch between my shoulder blades. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The trail behind me was empty. My first thought was that he had continued on his hike, away from me. But that wasn't right. From that distance, I'd have still been able to see him. I stopped and listened. There was no sound of footsteps receding in the opposite direction. There was only the same profound, deep silence of the forest. He hadn't continued down the trail. He hadn't been on the trail at all when I looked back. He had simply melted back into the woods. He was gone. The silence he left behind was heavier, more profound than the quiet that had preceded him. It was a weighted silence, filled with his unseen presence. He was gone from the trail, but he wasn't gone from the woods. The distinction was critical, and it sent a fresh spike of ice, cold dread through my veins. A man who stays on the trail is a hiker. A man who melts into the dense, pathless undergrowth is something else entirely. My hand, which had been resting near my holster, now gripped it tightly. With a deliberate click that sounded like a gunshot in the stillness, I unstrapped the retention hood. My pistol was now ready. The hike back to my patrol vehicle was roughly 4 miles. 4 miles of dense, winding trail, with countless places for an ambush. The thought was paralyzing. I was exposed, a solitary figure moving through his territory, because that's what it felt like now. Not a national park, not my patrol route, but his woods. I forced myself to move. Standing still made me a stationary target. My walk was no longer the confident stride of a ranger. It was the cautious, hyper, alert movement of prey. I scanned the trees on both sides of the trail, my head on a constant swivel. Every dark shadow between the ferns, every thicket of salal. Every moss, draped maple seemed to hold his shape. The wind rustled the leaves above, and I flinched, my heart leaping into my throat. The forest, my sanctuary, had become a house of horrors. The familiar calls of birds now sounded like warnings. I tried to rationalize. Maybe he was a local who knew a shortcut. Maybe he was just an odd person, socially inept, who had no idea the effect he had on people. But I couldn't make myself believe it. There was nothing accidental about his questions, nothing unintentional about his smile. He knew about the radio dead zone. He knew I was alone. He had orchestrated the entire encounter to instill the maximum amount of fear. It was a game to him, a display of power. And the most terrifying part was that I had no idea if the game was over. My mind started playing tricks on me. I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision and whip my head around, my hand tightening on my sidearm, only to see a squirrel chasing its rival up a tree trunk. A fallen branch would take on a human silhouette until I was almost upon it. The paranoia was a corrosive acid, eating away at my composure. I felt hunted. It's a feeling that's hard to describe if you've never experienced it. It's a primal, instinctual knowledge that you are being watched by something that wishes you harm. It raises the hairs on your arms and sends a cold current down your spine. The miles stretched into an eternity. With every step, I expected him to reappear, to step out from behind a tree, that same dead smile on his face. I planned what I would do, running through scenarios in my head, draw my weapon, issue commands. But what would the command be? Stop looking at me. He hadn't broken any laws. He hadn't touched me. He hadn't explicitly threatened me. His weapon was psychological. And there was no defense against that except to endure. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw at the glint of sunlight off metal and glass my patrol vehicle. The sight was so mundane, so beautifully normal, that it almost brought tears to my eyes. I didn't run, but my pace quickened, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel of the small parking area. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The solid, metallic thunk of the car door closing behind me was one of the most reassuring sounds I have ever heard. I locked it immediately, hitting the button twice. I sat there for a long time, my forehead resting against the steering wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence inside the truck was different. It was a safe silence, an insulated silence. I looked out at the trailhead, at the dark maw of the forest I had just emerged from. It looked exactly the same as it had when I'd started my hike hours earlier. Peaceful, majestic, inviting. But it was a lie. The beauty was a mask. I drove until I had a clear radio signal, my hands shaking so badly I had to grip the wheel with white, knuckled force. I called it in. "Dispatch, this is Ranger 3-4. "Go ahead." 3-4, a familiar voice crackled back. "I'm Code 4, returning from patrol on the Elwha Trail. I had an unusual encounter." Unusual how? That was the problem. How could I explain it? Encountered a lone male hiker. Late 30s, fit, standard gear. He behaved strangely. "Did he threaten you, Maya?" "Not directly. He was testing me, asking about my patrol schedule, if I was alone, if my radio worked. He knew it was a dead zone, dispatch. He knew. There was a pause on the other end. And his current location." I said, feeling a fresh wave of unease. He just vanished, walked off the trail and into the woods. No sound. He was just gone. I gave them the best description I could, but it was generic. A fit white male in his late 30s with dark hair and dark eyes, wearing hiking clothes. It could have been anyone. There was no crime to report, no evidence to collect. No other rangers found any sign of him. No car was left in the lot overnight. It was as if he had materialized on that log and dematerialized back into the forest. I have never felt more vulnerable in my life than I did in those moments on the trail. I've encountered bears. I've dealt with aggressive drunks at campgrounds. I've performed high-angle rescues. None of it touched the pure, psychological terror of that encounter. He never laid a hand on me, but he hunted me as surely as any cougar stalks a deer. That day changed something in me. The woods no longer feel the same. The peace I once found in the isolation is now tinged with a permanent edge of caution. I still go on solo patrols. It's part of the job, but I'm different. I'm more aware. I see the wilderness, not just as a source of beauty and solace, but as a place that can hide the worst parts of human nature. There was no creature, no ghost, no cryptid in the woods that day. There was only a man. A man who understood the terrifying power of isolation and fear, and who knew how to wield them with surgical precision. He is the most dangerous kind of wildlife you can ever encounter in a national park, because he looks just like everyone else, and he's still out there. My name is Owen Grady, and I serve as a law enforcement ranger with the Bureau of Land Management. While most people are familiar with the National Park Service, the folks in the iconic flat hats, my jurisdiction is the vast, untamed expanse of public land that lies between the parks. Here in the Utah backcountry, the lines on the map tend to get blurry, especially when someone's in trouble. We work closely with the NPS, county sheriffs, and state agencies. Out here, you take help where you can get it, and you give it without a second thought. The landscape we patrol is a raw, unforgiving canvas of rock, sand, and sky. Specifically, I spend a lot of my time in the shadow of the Book Cliffs, a rugged and remote escarpment that snakes across the horizon for nearly 200 miles. It's a geological marvel, a fortress of solitude carved by millennia of wind and water. It's also a place people go to disappear. Some come for a weekend of solitude, to escape the noise of the modern world. Others come here for good, seeking to vanish from a life they no longer wish to lead. The call that started it all came in over the ditch radio late one afternoon, just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The air was cooling, and the long shadows of the mesas were stretching across the desert floor like grasping fingers. It was the kind of evening that usually promised a quiet end to the day. The dispatcher's voice was calm, almost routine. Two hikers were stranded near Woodside, a ghost town that clings to existence by a thread, a lonely marker on a desolate stretch of highway. Their truck was disabled. It was a standard call, the kind I'd handled 100 times before. A flat tire, a dead battery, an empty gas tank. The desert is notoriously hard on vehicles. I acknowledged the call, told the dispatcher I was en route, and keyed the mic to let the stranded party know help was on the way. "This is Ranger Grady," I said, my voice steady. "I'm on my way. Sit tight." The response was a shaky, "Thank God," that was cut short by static. As I drove, the familiar landscape began to feel different. The setting sun cast the cliffs in a deep, red light, and the silence seemed heavier than usual. Woodside isn't just a ghost town. It's a place with a palpable sense of history and loss. The abandoned buildings, skeletal and weathered, stand as silent witnesses to a bygone era. It's a place that feels haunted, not by spirits, but by the sheer weight of its own isolation. The further I drove, the deeper I plunged into that isolation, leaving the last vestiges of civilization behind me. The paved road gave way to a graded dirt track, and my truck kicked up a plume of fine red dust that hung in the still air behind me. When I finally arrived at the location, the scene that greeted me was anything but routine. The hiker's truck, a heavy-duty Ford, was parked awkwardly on the shoulder of the dirt road. From a distance, it looked like a simple breakdown. Up close, it was a declaration of war. All four of its thick, off-road tires had been viciously slashed, the rubber gaping open in wide, ugly wounds. But the perpetrator hadn't stopped there. In the bed of the truck, a large auxiliary fuel tank had been punctured repeatedly with what looked like a large knife. A dark, wet stain was spreading in the dirt beneath it, and the acrid smell of gasoline hung heavy in the air. A sharp, chemical tang that cut through the natural scent of sagebrush and dust. This wasn't a random act of vandalism. This was methodical, personal, and deeply menacing. The hikers, a young couple who couldn't have been more than 25, were huddled together near the front of their disabled vehicle. The man had his arm wrapped tightly around the woman, and they both stared at me with wide, terrified eyes. They weren't just shaken up, they were in the grip of a primal fear. The kind of fear that comes when you realize you are no longer a person, but prey. "He's still out here?" the man whispered, his voice hoarse and cracking. He didn't look at me, his gaze darting frantically across the desolate landscape that surrounded us. He did this, and then just walked off. But he came back. We saw him coming back towards us, and that's when we called. I tried to calm them, using the measured, reassuring tone I'd been trained to adopt. I got them to sit in the cab of my truck, the engine still running, the doors locked. Slowly, in broken sentences, they pieced the story together for me. They had been exploring a side canyon and were hiking back to their truck when they saw him. A lone figure standing by their vehicle. At first, they thought it might be another explorer, maybe someone in need of assistance. They called out to him. The man didn't respond. He simply turned, looked at them from across the distance, and then, with a chilling deliberation, he pulled out a knife and began to slash the tires, one by one. When he was done, he casually walked away, disappearing over a small rise. The couple, stunned and horrified, had rushed to their truck, discovering the full extent of the damage. As the reality of their situation sank in, stranded, miles from help, with no cell service, they saw him again. He had reappeared on the same rise, a dark silhouette against the dying light, and he had started walking back towards them. That's when they'd used their satellite phone to call 911. As I stood there, processing their story and assessing the scene, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Far off in the distance, maybe half a mile away, I saw him, a figure walking away from us with a slow, deliberate, almost leisurely stride. He wasn't running. He wasn't hiding. He was simply walking, as if he had all the time in the world. He was just a silhouette against the last fiery glow of the sunset, but his posture radiated a chilling confidence. In that moment, I knew exactly who he was. This was the man the locals whispered about, in hushed tones at the diner in Green River. A transient, a ghost of the desert who had taken up residence in the ruins of Woodside. A man named Jason Pogue. He had a reputation for this kind of thing, for a deep-seated, violent territorialism. He viewed this entire stretch of wilderness as his personal kingdom, and he did not tolerate visitors. My training, my instincts, my duty, everything screamed at me that this man was a threat. He had terrorized this couple, and he would do it again. Leaving him out here to melt back into the shadows was not an option. I made a quick decision. I turned back to the couple in my truck. Stay here. Lock the doors. Do not get out for any reason. I'm going to make sure he's not a danger to anyone else. They nodded, their faces pale with fear. I started following his path, my boots crunching on the gravelly soil. But it was a game to him, and he was the master. He knew this land in a way I never could. He moved with an uncanny familiarity, using the terrain to his advantage. He would disappear behind a sandstone ridge, and by the time I crested it, expecting to see him just ahead, he would be a quarter-mile away, moving in a completely different direction. It was like he was toying with me, leading me deeper and deeper into his world, further and further from the safety of my truck and the terrified couple I was sworn to protect. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the desert was plunged into a deep, disorienting twilight. The game was getting more dangerous. I was now in his territory, in the dark. Night fell upon the book cliffs not like a blanket, but like a lid being sealed on a stone coffin. The last vestiges of twilight were extinguished abruptly, and the world was reduced to shades of black and deep indigo, punctuated by the cold, distant light of the stars. The temperature plummeted. The vast, open wilderness, which had felt expansive and liberating in the daylight, now felt claustrophobic and menacing. Every shadow stretched and writhed, transforming familiar rock formations into grotesque beasts. Every gust of wind that funneled through the canyon sounded like a whisper, like footsteps, just beyond the range of my flashlight beam. My world shrank to the bouncing circle of light at my feet. The comfort I usually found in this raw, untamed nature had evaporated, replaced by a gnawing hostility. The wilderness was no longer neutral. It felt alive, and it had taken his side. I had radioed my position back to dispatch, before losing sight of Pogue for the final time, updating them on the situation. The initial plan was for me to keep a visual on him while they coordinated a response. Now, that plan was useless. I was alone, on foot, tracking a man who had melted into the darkness, as if he were born of it. He wasn't just a man anymore. He was a ghost of the cliffs, a phantom woven into the very fabric of the landscape. My training had prepared me for a lot. Flash floods, rock slides, blizzards, encounters with mountain lions and bears. It had not prepared me for this. It had not prepared me for a human being who had so completely shed the rules of society and embraced the most savage, predatory aspects of the wild. The game of cat and mouse had changed. In the daylight, I was the hunter. Now in his territory, under the cloak of darkness, I had a sickening feeling that our roles had been reversed. He was no longer just fleeing, he was leading. The path he had taken was not one of escape, but of invitation. He was drawing me into a labyrinth of his own choosing. I stopped for a moment, turning off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the natural darkness. The starfield above was brilliant, unobscured by city lights, but it offered little practical illumination in the maze of arroyos and rock fins. I listened, straining my ears for any sound. A snapped twig, a dislodged stone. I heard only the thrumming of my own heart and the low moan of the wind. It was then that I found the first sign, that this was more than just a chase. Tucked into a shallow alcove, almost invisible against the dark rock, was a small, deliberate arrangement of stones. It wasn't a natural formation. It was a marker, a cairn, but unlike the ones hikers use to mark a trail, this one was different. Atop the small pile of flat rocks sat the bleached skull of a coyote, its empty eye sockets staring sightlessly in the direction I had just come. A chill, entirely separate from the cold night air, crawled up my spine. It was a message. I see you. I know you are here. He was watching me even now. The feeling was palpable. A physical pressure on the back of my neck. I pressed on, my hand resting on the grip of my sidearm. The simple act of tracking had become a battle of nerves. Was that the wind, or was it him breathing? Was that the scuttling of a pack rat, or his feet on the gravel? He was everywhere and nowhere. I found another marker a few hundred yards later. This one was a bundle of raven feathers, tied together with a strip of weathered leather and dangling from a desiccated juniper branch. It swung gently in the breeze, a dark pendulum marking the passage into a deeper, more dangerous part of his world. These weren't the actions of a man simply trying to get away. This was ritual. This was psychological warfare. He wasn't just trying to evade me. He was trying to unmake me, to strip away my confidence and my training until I was just another lost and frightened creature in the dark. Dispatch came back over the radio, the voice of the operator a lifeline to a world of order and reason. Ranger Grady, we have a search plane from Grand Junction en route to your location. ETA is approximately 30 minutes. Can you advise on a search grid? Dispatch, be advised, the subject is highly elusive. I replied, keeping my voice as level as I could. He knows this terrain intimately. The plane will be searching blind. It was the truth. A searchlight from a plane would be a beacon of hope in open country, but here, in the fractured maze of the Book Cliffs, it would be useless. Pogue could be hiding in any one of 1,000 crevices, caves, or overhangs. He would see the plane long before it could ever spot him. He would simply step into a shadow and vanish. As if on cue, I heard the faint, distant drone of the aircraft. It grew steadily louder, a mechanical intrusion into the ancient silence of the desert. Soon, a powerful beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the cliff tops and canyon rims far above me. From my position deep within a narrow wash, it was like watching a storm from underwater. The light was a remote, ineffective god, unable to penetrate the deep shadows where I stood and where Pogue was undoubtedly watching. The plane made several passes, its searchlight tracing methodical, useless patterns across the immense, rugged landscape. It was a gesture, a fulfillment of protocol, but we all knew it was futile. Pogue had escaped completely into the wilderness he called home. He had been swallowed by the land. After the plane departed, the silence that returned was deeper, more profound. The false hope it had brought was gone, leaving only the cold, hard reality of my situation. I made the decision to pull back. Continuing the pursuit was reckless. I was outmatched, and my primary responsibility was to the couple waiting in my truck. I began the slow, cautious trek back, my senses on high alert. Every step felt like I was being watched, my retreat being permitted by a predator that had finished playing with its food. The walk back was an exercise in pure terror. The landscape that I had navigated with purpose on the way in now seemed alien and confusing. I had to fight a rising sense of panic, forcing myself to rely on my compass and my memory of the terrain. When I finally saw the distant, comforting glow of my truck's headlights, a wave of relief washed over me that was so intense. It almost brought me to my knees. The couple was safe. I was safe. We would get out of here. We got the couple and their story back to the sheriff's office in Green River. A tow truck was dispatched to retrieve their vehicle the next morning. A formal search was organized, with more deputies and rangers. But it was a token effort. Nobody believed we would find Jason Pogue unless he wanted to be found. He had vanished. The incident stuck with me, lodging itself in my mind like a stubborn burr. It's one thing to deal with the inherent dangers of nature. I understand flash floods. I respect rock slides. I know how to handle wildlife. Those are dangers without malice. They are impersonal forces of the natural world. It is another thing entirely to confront a human being who has consciously unburdened himself of all the rules and restraints of society, who has embraced the most savage aspects of the wild and turned the wilderness into his weapon. Out here, miles from anyone or anything, where the veneer of civilization is stripped away, you learn a fundamental truth. The most dangerous animal is the one that walks on two legs, knows you're looking for him, and is patiently waiting for you in the dark. In the weeks that followed, the incident with Jason Pogue settled into an uneasy quiet, like the calm in the eye of a hurricane. The official search was quietly downgraded and then called off entirely. Resources were limited, and chasing a ghost in a wilderness that vast was an exercise in futility. The official report listed Pogue as a transient person of interest, but to those of us who worked the backcountry, the report was a formality. We knew he wasn't just a person of interest. He was a permanent fixture of the landscape, as much a part of the Book Cliffs as the juniper trees and the sandstone. The couple from the city never came back to retrieve their truck. They sold it to the tow yard for scrap, eager to put the entire state of Utah in their rearview mirror. I couldn't blame them. For me, however, leaving it behind wasn't an option. This was my office, my sanctuary, but it had been tainted. The familiar comfort I once drew from the solitude of the desert was gone, replaced by a persistent, low, grade hum of anxiety. On my patrols, I found myself scanning the ridgelines not for deer or bygone sheep, but for the silhouette of a man. I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, and my heart would seize, only for it to be a raven taking flight or a heat mirage shimmering off the rocks. The wilderness was no longer a place of peace. It was a place of watching, and I was the one being watched. The signs continued, subtle and unnerving. A week after the incident, I found another cairn, miles from the first, built on an overlook I frequented to eat my lunch. It was topped with a sun-bleached cattle vertebra, positioned to look out over the road below. There was no practical reason for it to be there. It was another message, a quiet assertion of his presence. I know your habits. I know where you go. I started varying my routes, avoiding my usual spots, feeling like an intruder in my own territory. I was changing my behavior because of him, and I hated the feeling of powerlessness it gave me. He was dictating the terms of my existence out here, all without showing his face. One evening, I was talking with an old rancher named Earl, whose family had run cattle in these hills for 3 generations. I mentioned the incident at Woodside, carefully omitting the more unsettling details. Earl just nodded slowly, his weathered face a roadmap of long years under the desert sun. "That'd be Pogue," he said, not a hint of surprise in his voice. He's been out there for years. Used to work on the rigs, they say. Something snapped in him. He's not crazy, not in the way most folks think. He's just gone wild. He thinks those cliffs are his. And he's the alpha predator. Earl took a long sip of his coffee. My granddaddy used to say there are men who hear the call of the wild so strong they forget how to be men. Pogue's one of them. He doesn't want to hurt you, Ranger. He just wants you to know that you're in his house. And he can touch you whenever he wants. Earl's words echoed in my mind for days. He can touch you whenever he wants. The psychological aspect of Pogue's game was what truly terrified me. He wasn't a common criminal driven by greed or passion. He was something more primal. A man who had stripped away his humanity like an unwanted coat and found something more elemental underneath. He was a force of nature with a human mind, and that was a terrifying combination. The final act, the one that cemented my fear of him into something permanent and cold, happened about a month after our first and only encounter. I was finishing a long patrol near the base of the Tavaputs Plateau, a remote and seldom visited area. The sun was setting, and I was tired, looking forward to getting back to my small government issue house at the ranger station. As I got into my truck, I noticed something on the passenger seat. It was a small object, something that hadn't been there when I'd locked the truck and started my hike hours earlier. My blood ran cold. It was a bundle of raven feathers, tied together with a weathered strip of leather. It was identical to the one I had seen hanging from the juniper branch in the wash, the one that had marked my passage into his world. I stood frozen, my hand on the door, my mind struggling to process the implications. My truck had been locked. I was in the middle of nowhere. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken window, no scratch on the paint. He had been here. He had stood right where I was standing, had opened my truck, placed his marker inside, and locked it again. He had a key, or he was skilled enough not to need one. The how didn't matter. What mattered was the message. It was the ultimate violation, a complete and total demolition of any illusion of safety I might have had. My truck, my personal space, the one bubble of civilization I carried with me into the wild, had been breached. He had been inside. He had touched me. I never saw Jason Pogue again. I continued to work as a ranger in the Book Cliffs for another 2 years, but the magic was gone. The joy I had once found in the vast, empty spaces had been replaced by a constant, vigilant tension. I eventually transferred to a different district, in a different state, a place with more trees and fewer ghosts. But I know he's still out there. He's not a story I tell around a campfire to scare rookies. He's a cold, hard fact of my life, a memory that stalks the edges of my mind. He's a reminder that the wilderness doesn't just contain dangers like flash floods and rock slides and wildlife. It contains the potential for a deeper, more terrifying kind of wildness. It's the wildness that can grow in the human heart when it's left alone in the great, silent, and watchful dark. My name is Chris Jenkins. For 22 years, I've worn the uniform of a park ranger in Yosemite National Park. Most people who hear that picture me standing against a backdrop of epic, postcard, perfect beauty. And they're not wrong. I've had my morning coffee, watching the sunrise paint El Capitan in shades of orange and pink. And I've ended my day under the silent, imposing watch of Half Dome, its granite face a stoic observer of the ages. I've walked among the giant sequoias, trees so ancient and immense they make feel like a fleeting whisper in the grand, long story of the world. This park is a cathedral of granite and silence, a place of profound, dramatic beauty that rightfully attracts millions of people a year. But there's a duality to a place this wild. For every awe-inspiring vista, there's a hidden crevice a man can fall into. For every gentle, meandering stream, there's a torrent of snowmelt that can sweep you off your feet. The same vastness that inspires wonder can also swallow you whole, leaving no trace. We, the Rangers, are the custodians of that duality. We're here to help people see the beauty, but we're also here to pull them back from the brink when they forget that a beauty this grand always has teeth. With millions of visitors, you get your share of strange calls. It's an unavoidable part of the job. Most of them fall into predictable, if sometimes tragic, categories. You have the unprepared hikers who think a single bottle of water is enough for a 10-mile trek in the summer heat. You have the tourists who get a little too close to the wildlife, convinced that a bear is just a fluffy, oversized dog who'd love to be in their selfie. And you have the ones who simply get lost, who take a wrong turn on a well-marked trail and find themselves in a disorienting labyrinth of identical, looking trees as dusk settles in. These are the standard calls, the bread and butter of our search and rescue operations. They can be tense, they can be heartbreaking, but they are always grounded in a logic I understand. The wilderness is indifferent, and people can be foolish. It's a simple, if harsh, equation. Then there are the other calls, the ones that don't fit the equation, the ones that linger in the back of your mind, long after the paperwork is filed. The call I took on a cold August night from a group of backpackers up near May Lake is the one that, to this day, makes my skin crawl and the hair on my arms stand on end. It's the one that introduced a new, terrifying variable into my understanding of the wild, the variable of the impossible. The call came in just after midnight, relayed to me and my partner, Dave Martinez, by our dispatcher, Sarah. Dave was younger than me, about 10 years on the job, sharp as a tack and utterly dependable. He was driving our truck up the winding, empty stretch of Tioga Road when Sarah's voice crackled through the radio. It wasn't the calm, measured tone she used for routine checks. There was a tremor in it, a note of genuine disturbance. "Chris, Dave, I've got a 911 transfer. It's chaotic. I can't get a clear report. A group of campers, sounds like, near the May Lake Sierra Camp." I keyed the mic. "What's the nature of the call, Sarah?" "Medical. Animal encounter." There was a pause. On the other end of the line, I could hear faint, frantic noises being broadcast from her station. It sounded like screaming, thin and reedy over the connection. "I don't know," she said, her voice tight. "It's not a clear call for help. It's just panic. There's a lot of screaming. The only words I can make out clearly are from one of them. A male, I think, just yelling the same thing over and over again." "What's he yelling?" Dave asked, his eyes fixed on the ribbon of asphalt illuminated by our headlights. Sarah's voice dropped, as if she were hesitant to even repeat it. "He's yelling, 'He's not real! He's not real!'" The words hung in the cab of the truck, stark and nonsensical. Dave and I exchanged a look. In our line of work, a phrase like that immediately sends your mind down a specific checklist of possibilities. Drugs were high on the list. Psychedelics, maybe. A bad trip in the middle of the wilderness was a recipe for disaster. A mental health crisis was another. Or And this was a grim thought. It could be a prank. Some college kids thinking it's hilarious to tie up emergency resources for a laugh. "All right, Sarah," I said, keeping my voice steady. "We're about 20 minutes out from the turn-off. Have you been able to get anything else from them?" "Negative. The line went dead a minute ago. I'm trying to re-establish, but no luck. The signal is spotty up there on a good day." "Okay, we're proceeding. We'll go in quiet." "Copy that, Chris. Be careful." Going in quiet was standard procedure for a situation this ambiguous. The last thing you want to do is roll in with sirens blaring, potentially escalating a situation involving a paranoid individual or causing a wider panic among other campers in the area. We turned off Tioga Road onto the smaller path, leading toward the trailhead, the truck's engine the only sound in the profound, ink-black silence of the high country night. The air grew colder as we gained elevation, the scent of pine and damp earth heavy in the air. We parked the truck at the trailhead, the end of the line for any vehicle. From here, it was a hike. We gathered our gear, powerful flashlights, a medical kit, our radios, and our sidearms. You always hope you won't need the last one, but you never leave it behind. The woods were unnervingly still. The usual nocturnal chorus of insects and rustling creatures was absent, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. As we started up the trail, our flashlight beams cutting sharp, white cones through the oppressive darkness. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the gravel, and our own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. May Lake isn't a terribly remote spot by Yosemite standards, but at this hour, it felt like we were on another planet. We were walking toward a single point of human distress in an ocean of silent, indifferent wilderness. After about 15 minutes of hiking, we saw it. A faint, flickering orange glow through the trees. The campsite. As we got closer, we started to hear sounds. Not the panicked screaming from the call, but something more subdued, and, in a way, more disturbing. It was the sound of quiet, desperate sobbing. We slowed our approach, stepping carefully to minimize noise. We emerged from the tree line into a small clearing. The scene before us was one of complete disarray. A tent was partially collapsed. Camping gear was strewn about. And in the center of it all, 4 young adults were huddled together around a dying fire. They weren't just scared, they were shattered. Their faces, illuminated by the weak, dancing flames and the harsh glare of our flashlights, were masks of pure, unadulterated terror. They looked like the survivors of some unspeakable ordeal, their eyes wide and vacant, fixed on the darkness that pressed in from all sides. It took us a long, patient while to piece together the story, as they were all talking over each other, their voices trembling and hysterical. Finally, I managed to get the quietest one, a young woman who introduced herself as Sarah, to explain what had happened. And, as she spoke, the cold night air seemed to get a whole lot colder. Dave, ever the professional, was already moving among the other 3 campers, speaking in a low, calming voice, offering them water from our canteens. It was a practiced routine, the gentle de-escalation of a crisis. My job was to get the story, to find the nucleus of the panic and examine it under the cold light of reason. I knelt by the fire, making sure to keep my movements slow and non-threatening. I focused on the young woman they called Sarah. She was wrapped in a thin blanket, shivering though the night air wasn't that cold. Her eyes, wide and dark, were locked on the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded our small bubble of light. Sarah, I said softly. My name is Chris. This is my partner, Dave. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened? She flinched at the sound of my voice, her gaze snapping from the woods to my face. For a moment, I saw a flicker of raw, animal fear in her eyes, the look of a cornered creature. Then, it subsided into a kind of exhausted resignation. The other three, 2 young men and another woman, fell silent, turning their haunted faces toward us, as if her voice was the only one that mattered now. There were 5 of us, she began, her voice a dry, cracking whisper. She took a shaky sip of water from the canteen Dave had given her. Me, my best friend Jessica. She gestured with her head toward the other girl, who was rocking back and forth silently. My boyfriend Mike, and his friends Ben and Kevin. She painted a picture of 5 college friends on a final summer trip before the fall semester began. They were experienced enough, had done a few backpacking trips before. They weren't rookies. This wasn't a case of city kids getting spooked by an owl. They had set up camp in the early afternoon, cooked dinner, and were sitting around the fire, telling stories and laughing. It was, by all accounts, a perfect evening. The kind of memory you're supposed to cherish for a lifetime. Around 11 o'clock, Sarah continued, her voice gaining a little strength. Kevin had to use the restroom. She pointed a trembling finger toward a dark, narrow path leading away from the campsite. The pit toilet is up there, maybe 100 yards not far. Kevin, she explained, was the group's jester. The loud one. The one who was always cracking jokes, always filling the silence. He grabbed his headlamp, made a goofy face, and plunged into the darkness. The beam of his light bouncing and cutting a swath through the trees before it disappeared around a bend. The remaining 4 stayed by the fire, the rhythm of their conversation picking up again. The woods were quiet, the fire crackled, and the stars were a brilliant, scattered canopy overhead. It was peaceful, it was normal. It was maybe 5 minutes later, Sarah said, her eyes losing focus as she looked back into the memory. We saw his headlamp coming back, just the single light, bobbing along the trail. The figure emerged from the darkness and walked into the circle of firelight. It was Kevin. Same height, same build, same blue windbreaker, same messy brown hair. He didn't say anything. He just walked over to a log on the opposite side of the fire from Sarah and Jessica and sat down. The log groaned under his weight. We thought it was weird, Sarah said, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Kevin never shuts up. Ever. We figured he was just tired, or maybe messing with us. Trying to be the strong, silent type for a change. Jessica spoke up for the first time, her voice thin and strained. Mike said something to him, like, "How was the journey? Oh, great adventurer." Something stupid like that. The figure that looked like Kevin didn't answer. It didn't even look at Mike. It just nodded. A single, slow, deliberate dip of the head. Its gaze remained fixed on the dancing flames of the campfire. For the next 10 minutes, an eternity in retrospect, this person who they thought was their friend sat with them in absolute silence. The easy chatter of the group died out, replaced by a growing, unspoken tension. They tried to draw him into conversation a few more times, but the only response they ever got was that same slow, disconnected nod. He never spoke. He never smiled. He just stared into the fire, his face a blank, emotionless mask. The firelight flickered across his features, but it seemed to stop at his eyes. Sarah said his eyes were like holes. They didn't reflect the light. They just absorbed it. The atmosphere around the campfire grew thick and heavy. The warmth of the flames seemed to be shrinking, pushed back by a palpable cold that emanated from the silent figure on the log. Then came the pine cone. "Ben, he's a goofball," Sarah whispered. "He thought Kevin was just really committed to a prank. So he picked up a pine cone and tossed it at him. You know, to get a reaction." The pine cone flew across the fire, a small, dark arc against the orange light. And the figure of Kevin moved. It wasn't the clumsy, reactive flinch of a normal person. Its hand shot out, a pale blur in the firelight, and snatched the pine cone from the air. The motion was impossibly fast, unnaturally fluid, like a striking snake. There was no wasted movement, no anticipation. Just a perfect, instantaneous interception. The way he caught it. Sarah's voice broke, a sob catching in her throat. It wasn't right. It wasn't human. The figure held the pine cone in its hand for a second. Its fingers wrapped around it with a pressure that looked like it could crush stone. Then, without looking at it, it simply dropped the pine cone to the ground beside the log. Its gaze never left the fire. Silence descended again, but this time it was different. It was no longer awkward, it was terrified. The prank wasn't funny anymore. A deep, primal wrongness had settled over the campsite. This thing looked like Kevin, but every instinct in their bodies was screaming that it wasn't. Then, the figure stood up. It didn't push off with its hands or shift its weight. It rose in a single, smooth, vertical motion, as if being pulled upward by invisible strings. It stood for a moment, a dark silhouette against the fire, and then turned and began walking silently toward the dark trail leading away from the camp. The one that led deeper into the woods, not back toward the toilet. Thinking it was some final, bizarre part of the joke, and perhaps propelled by a nervous, macho energy, Ben and Mike jumped to their feet. "Hey Kev, where you going, man?" Mike called out. They started after him, their calls echoing in the night. The figure didn't respond. It just picked up its pace, breaking into a run. Laughing nervously, trying to reclaim the normalcy of the evening, Ben and Mike gave chase. They were about 50 yards down the trail, their own flashlight beams chasing the silent, fleeing form, when they heard it. A scream from behind them, a pure, piercing shriek of terror from back at the campsite. It was Sarah. They stopped dead in their tracks, the laughter dying in their throats. They turned around, and there, standing in the firelight, having just emerged from the direction of the pit toilet, zipping up his jacket and looking utterly bewildered, was the real Kevin. He looked from the terrified faces of Sarah and Jessica to the empty trail where his other two friends had just vanished. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine confusion. "Why's everyone screaming?" Sarah found her voice. It was a raw, ragged shriek that clawed its way out of her throat, the same words our dispatcher had heard over the 911 call, the words that were now echoing in my own head as I knelt in the dirt. T-shaped snout Caven. As she told me this, the two boys, Ben and Mike, who had been sitting stone, faced until now, began to tremble. Ben buried his face in his hands. Mike looked at me, his eyes pleading, as if begging me to believe him. What came sprinting back, he choked out. The second we heard her scream. The thing we were chasing, it was gone. It didn't run into the woods. It was there 1 second, and the next it was just darkness. It vanished. We searched the area for hours. Dave and I conducted a methodical grid search, our powerful beams cutting through the undergrowth. We found nothing. We found the 5 sets of footprints belonging to the campers around the fire. We found Kevin's single set of tracks going from the pit toilet. We found the frantic, scuffed tracks of Ben and Mike where they had given chase. But on that trail, there was no extra set of prints. No discarded clothing. No sign that a 6th person, a perfect, silent duplicate of their friend, had ever been there. It was as if the forest itself had conjured him out of shadows and pine needles just to toy with them, and then reclaimed him into the darkness. I've dealt with a lot in my career. I've seen things that would turn most people's stomachs. But the idea of sitting around a campfire with your friends, sharing a space of warmth and trust, only to realize that one of them isn't your friend at all, but something else entirely, something that's just pretending. That's a kind of horror that gets under your skin and stays there. There is no training manual for this. There's no protocol for a supernatural event. No chapter in the Ranger's handbook on how to file a report about a doppelganger. Dave and I stood there in the dying firelight, the 5 campers huddled in their blankets, looking like refugees from a war they couldn't explain. Our search had turned up nothing but dirt, rocks, and trees. The physical world offered no corroboration for their story. All we had were 5 traumatized witnesses and a story so outlandish it sounded like the plot of a horror movie. My mind, trained for logic and procedure, was scrambling to find a rational foothold. Hallucinogenic mushrooms, we asked. They swore they hadn't taken anything, and their lucidity, their shared, consistent terror, argued against it. A prankster. An elaborate, cruel joke. But how? How could someone create a perfect, silent replica of their friend, know he was at the pit toilet, and time their entrance and exit so perfectly? And for what purpose? The sheer logistical impossibility of it was staggering. There were no other campsites for miles. We had seen no other vehicles at the trailhead. We were left with the story, and the chilling, undeniable fear in their eyes. There was nothing more we could do at the campsite. Leaving them there for the rest of the night was not an option. Their sense of safety was shattered beyond repair. "All right," I announced, my voice sounding more confident than I felt. "We're hiking out. Now, pack up only what you need. Tents, sleeping bags. We'll get the rest of your gear in the morning." The command seemed to break the spell of paralysis that had gripped them. They moved with a numb, mechanical efficiency, stuffing sleeping bags into sacks and collapsing tents. But the atmosphere was poisoned. I watched them as they worked, their movements stiff and wary. They avoided looking at each other. But most of all, they avoided looking at Kevin. He tried to help, tried to speak to them, but they would flinch away, recoiling from his touch as if from a hot stove. He was their friend, but he was also a reminder. His face was the face of the thing that had sat with them, that had watched them with those dead, absorbing eyes. He was an anchor to their terror, and through no fault of his own, he had become a source of it. The real victim of the night, in more ways than one, was Kevin. The thing hadn't touched him, but it had stolen his place among his friends, leaving him utterly, terrifyingly alone. The hike back to the trailhead was the longest, most silent mile of my life. Dave took the lead, followed by the 5 campers, and I brought up the rear. We were a tight, nervous procession moving through the immense, breathing darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the faint breeze, caused them to jump. Their heads would whip around, their eyes wide with panic. searching the shadows. They were walking through a world that was no longer just trees and rocks. It was now a place of active, intelligent menace. A place where the darkness could wear the face of a friend. I kept my flashlight beam, sweeping the woods on either side of the trail, not because I expected to see anything, but because it was my job to look. But I wasn't just looking for a person anymore. I was looking for a shadow that moved too fast, for a shape that was subtly wrong. The forest I had known for 2 decades, the place I considered my office, my sanctuary, had changed. The familiar landscape was now imbued with a terrifying new potential. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watchful. When we finally reached the parking lot and the solid, reassuring presence of our patrol truck, it was nearly 3 a.m. The sky was beginning to soften in the east, the first hint of dawn a faint, gray promise on the horizon. We drove them to the ranger station in Yosemite Valley. The official report I filed was a masterpiece of bureaucratic evasion. I couldn't write the truth. Who would believe it? I would have been ordered to take a psychological evaluation. So, I wrote what the system could understand. Responded to a 911 call from a party of 5 at May Lake. Subjects exhibited signs of extreme anxiety and a shared panic attack. No evidence of foul play or a third party was found at the scene. Escorted the party back to the valley. Recommended they seek counseling. It was a lie. A neat, tidy, professional lie that swept the impossible under the rug of plausible psychology. Reading it, you would picture a group of inexperienced campers who let the darkness get the better of them. You would not picture a silent, perfect copy of a young man catching a pine cone with impossible speed. You would not picture the soul, deep terror of realizing you are in the presence of something that should not be. We let them sleep for a few hours on the cots in the station's back room. I never saw them again after that morning. Dave drove them to their car. At the few hours later, he said the ride was completely silent. They didn't look like friends anymore. They looked like strangers bound by a shared trauma, desperate to get away from the mountains and from each other. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. Did their friendship survive? Did Mike and Sarah stay together? Did Ben and Kevin ever laugh together again? Or did that night sever the bonds between them forever? A quiet, monstrous thing sitting between them for the rest of their lives? For me, the change was permanent. The story of the May Lake campers became a ghost that haunts my own perception of the park. I still love this place. I still feel the awe when I look at El Capitan. But now, there's something else, a quiet hum of unease beneath the surface. When I'm on a late patrol and the woods fall silent, I don't just assume it's the quiet of the night. I feel a prickling on my skin, and I remember the story of a fire that grew cold and a silent figure that watched from the shadows. I find myself scanning the faces in a crowd of tourists, a dark, irrational thought flickering through my mind. Are they all real? There are legends in this part of the world, old stories from the Miwok people who lived here for centuries. Stories of spirits, of tricksters, of beings that can take on the appearance of men. We modern people dismiss them as folklore, as quaint myths to explain the unexplainable. But on that night, standing in that silent, terrified campsite, I felt the chilling possibility that those old stories aren't just stories, that they are warnings. Warnings that we're not the only intelligent life in these woods. That there are things here, ancient and powerful, that see us as little more than curiosities to be toyed with. What was it? What did it want? To this day, I have no answers. Was it a predator, studying its prey? Was it just curious? Or was it something far worse, a being of pure mockery? A thing that takes pleasure in twisting the familiar into the terrifying, in holding up a mirror to us and showing us a perfect, empty copy. I don't know. And that is the true horror of it. It's not the monsters you see that stay with you. It's the questions you can never answer. It's the knowledge that you shared a campfire with something that wasn't real, and that it vanished back into a wilderness that is far older, far stranger, and far less empty than we could ever imagine. My name is Sarah Bellamy. I work as a senior ranger out in the high deserts of Wyoming now, a landscape of stark, windswept beauty, where you can see the weather coming from 100 miles away. The threats here are tangible, understandable. Blizzards, flash floods, the occasional grumpy grizzly. It's a place that makes sense. But my mind often drifts back to a different kind of wilderness, a place far greener and more claustrophobic, where the dangers weren't always so easy to name. Before I transferred out west, I was a state park ranger in a rural, almost forgotten corner of eastern Pennsylvania. To understand what happened, you have to understand the park itself. It wasn't a grand, majestic national park like Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was a sprawling, disjointed patchwork of over 20,000 acres stitched together from old logging tracks, abandoned iron furnace lands, and forgotten family farms. The result was a chaotic maze of dense, second-growth hardwood forests, choked with underbrush, and threaded by a network of old, barely maintained service roads. These roads were more mud than gravel, twisting through hollows and over ridges, with no rhyme or reason. They were the kind of roads where you could drive for an hour, the canopy of leaves forming a tunnel overhead, and not see another soul or another vehicle. That isolation was the park's main draw. People came from Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs to escape, to feel like they were the last person on Earth. They'd hike, camp, and hunt, seeking a solitude that was becoming increasingly rare in the modern world. But I learned early in my career that isolation is a double-edged sword. It offers peace, but it also offers a profound and terrifying vulnerability. The same silence that soothes the soul can also swallow a scream without a trace. The park had a history, whispered among the locals in the nearby town, and the veteran rangers I worked with. Stories of hunters who went in and never came out, their trucks found abandoned on a service road weeks later. Tales of strange lights in the woods and sounds that didn't belong to any known animal in the region. Most of these were dismissed as campfire stories, rural legends. I dismissed them too. I was a professional, trained in biology and law enforcement, grounded in the practical realities of my job: trail maintenance, visitor assistance, and resource management. I dealt in facts, not folklore. The day it happened began like any other rainy autumn afternoon. A door, persistent drizzle, had been falling since dawn, turning the air cool and the forest floor into a slick carpet of decaying leaves. The sky was a uniform, oppressive gray, and the humidity was so thick you could almost drink it. It was the kind of day that leached the color out of the world, leaving everything in shades of brown and gray. I was on patrol. My state-issued Ford F-150 sloshing its way down Service Road 12, a particularly remote and notoriously rough track in the park's northern sector. My duties were mundane: check for illegal dumping, make sure no one had tried to set up an unauthorized campsite, and ensure the old wooden gates to restricted areas were still locked. The rhythmic thump of the windshield wipers was the only sound besides the engine's low growl and the squelch of the tires in the mud. The forest pressed in close on either side, a wall of wet, dark bark and dripping leaves. I remember feeling a sense of deep contentment. This was my office. I knew the name of every tree, the call of every bird. I felt a sense of ownership, of belonging. The solitude didn't bother me. I thrived in it. I was thinking about finishing my route, getting back to the ranger station, and writing up my daily report over a hot cup of coffee. My mind was on the simple, comforting routines that anchor a life. That's when I came around a sharp, blind curve. And there it was. A pickup truck, an older model Chevy, was pulled over to the right side of the narrow road. Its hood was up. A dark metal mouth opened to the gray sky. A figure was standing beside it, hunched over slightly, peering into the engine compartment. My training and experience kicked in instantly. Motorist assist. It was one of an endless list of duties. People broke down, got lost, ran out of gas. It happened all the time. I slowed my truck, the brakes groaning in the damp air, and pulled up about 20 feet behind the Chevy. I put my truck in park, killed the engine, and the sudden silence was jarring, broken only by the soft patter of rain on the roof and the forest floor. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight and my rain jacket, radioed in my location and the situation. Dispatch, this is Ranger Bellamy, Unit 3. I'm on Service Road 12, mile marker 45, out with a disabled vehicle, Pennsylvania plate, and got out. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, wet leaves, and ozone. Having some trouble. I called out, my voice sounding loud in the quiet. The figure straightened up and turned to face me, and that's when the first, tiny, dissonant alarm bell went off in the back of my mind. It wasn't a loud, clanging bell of immediate danger, but a quiet, insistent hum of wrongness. It was a woman. She was probably in her late 40s, with a hard, weathered face that looked like it had been carved from oak. Her hair was pulled back in a tight, severe bun, and her eyes were the first thing that truly unsettled me. They were dark, flat, and utterly devoid of the emotion I expected to see. When people break down in a remote area, they look relieved to see a ranger. They look flustered, annoyed, worried. This woman looked none of those things. She looked expectant, calm, as if she had been standing there, on that muddy road, in the middle of nowhere, in the rain, specifically waiting for me to arrive. She didn't smile. She didn't move toward me. She just stood there, her gaze fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. The silence stretched, filled only by the whisper of the rain. My boots made a sucking sound in the mud as I took a step forward. Every instinct, honed by years of working alone in the wild, was beginning to prickle. The initial, simple assessment, motorist assist, was dissolving, replaced by a cold, creeping question mark. "Won't start," she said. Her voice was flat, a monotone that matched her eyes. It held no inflection, no hint of frustration. It was a simple statement of fact, delivered with the emotional weight of a weather report. My hand, which had been resting casually on my belt, moved a little closer to my sidearm. A purely subconscious gesture. The hum of wrongness in my head was getting louder. "Let me take a look," I offered, forcing a professional calm into my voice that I did not feel. My training dictated my actions, a script I'd followed 100 times before. You approach, you assess, you offer aid. But every step I took toward her felt like a step into deeper water. The mud pulled at my boots with a greedy, sucking sound, as if the earth itself was trying to hold me back. Usually, when you approach someone who needs help, they step aside, gesture toward the problem, maybe offer their own frustrated diagnosis of the issue. This woman didn't move. She held her ground, a silent, unmoving obstacle, forcing me to walk around her to get to the front of the truck. Her eyes followed me the entire way, and I could feel the weight of her gaze on the side of my face. It wasn't the look of someone seeking help. It was the look of a predator watching its prey walk obligingly into the snare. The air under the raised hood was heavy with the smell of rain on hot metal, but there was no scent of burning oil, no acrid smell of an electrical fire, none of the usual telltale odors of a vehicle in distress. I clicked on my flashlight, the powerful beam cutting a sharp white circle in the gloom. I played the light over the engine block, and the hum of wrongness in my head crescendoed into a deafening alarm. The engine was clean, impossibly clean. There wasn't the typical layer of road grime and dust you'd expect on a truck that frequented these backwoods roads. The battery terminals were free of corrosion, the connections tight and secure. The belts looked new, with no signs of cracking or fraying. I'm no master mechanic, but I've seen enough broken down engines in my time to know what trouble looks like. This wasn't it. This engine looked perfectly functional, perhaps even recently serviced. My flashlight beam drifted from the engine to the woman. She was still watching me, her expression unreadable. Her hands were tucked into the pockets of her worn canvas jacket. They weren't greasy or dirty, as you might expect from someone who had been tinkering with a faulty engine. They were clean. "Everything looks okay on the surface," I said, my voice tight. I tried to keep it casual, a ranger making a routine assessment. "Have you tried turning it over recently?" "It won't start." She repeated the same flat, dead words. She didn't offer any more information. No. It was running fine, and then just died. Or it was making a clicking sound. Just that simple, unhelpful statement. My mind was racing, trying to assemble the pieces. A clean engine. A calm, expectant woman. A remote, muddy road miles from anywhere. No cell service. My radio call to dispatch had been a standard procedure. But backup, if they even sent it for a simple motorist assist, would be a good 45 minutes away. maybe longer in this weather. The woods around us were no longer a place of contentment, they were a place of concealment. The dense, dripping trees were a curtain, and I had no idea or what might be waiting behind it. The isolation I had once cherished now felt like a cage. I took a deliberate step back from the engine, creating a little more space between us. I began, my brain desperately searching for an exit strategy. Sometimes it's just a flooded engine. Maybe we should just give it a few minutes. Her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. But it was enough. A flicker of something cold and calculating appeared in their flat depths. "I'm sure we can figure it out," she said. The "we" hung in the damp, heavy air between us like a physical object. It was a possessive word, an inclusive word that I wanted no part of. It implied a partnership, a shared experience that I was suddenly desperate to escape. The road was a single muddy track leading in and out. If she, and whoever else, I was now certain was hiding in the woods, wanted to find me, all they had to do was follow my tire tracks. I was a park ranger, a figure of authority, but out here, stripped of quick communication and backup, I was just a woman, alone. My uniform and my badge felt like a costume, a flimsy pretense of control in a situation that was rapidly spiraling beyond my command. The gut feeling, that primal instinct that all good rangers learn to trust above all else, was no longer a hum or a scream. It was a physical sensation, a cold knot of certainty in my stomach. This wasn't a breakdown. This was a setup. I wasn't here to rescue her. I was the one who needed rescuing. I had to get back to my truck. I had to get away from her. But I couldn't just turn and run. That would trigger the chase, the very confrontation I was trying to avoid. I needed a plausible reason to leave, an official-sounding excuse that would allow me to retreat without showing my fear. My radio. That was it. I forced a smile, the kind of practiced, no-nonsense ranger smile I used on difficult visitors. "You know what?" I said, my voice a marvel of false cheerfulness. "My radio gets a much better signal from the top of that ridge back there." I gestured vaguely with my thumb down the road I'd just come from. "It's a bit of a dead zone down here in the hollow. Let me just drive back up there and call in a proper tow truck for you. Regulations, We have to log it officially." I was babbling, but I hoped it sounded official enough. The lie felt clumsy and transparent to me, but it was the only weapon I had. For a long moment, she just stared at me. The silence was absolute except for the rain. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I watched her eyes, looking for any sign that she saw through my flimsy excuse. I expected an argument, a protest, another quiet insistence that could handle it. But she just gave a slow, deliberate nod. "All right," she said, her voice still utterly devoid of emotion. "You do that." The ease of her agreement was almost as unnerving as a confrontation would have been. It felt like a predator toying with its food, allowing it the illusion of escape. I didn't wait for another word. "I insist," I said, trying to sound firm and in charge. "I'll be right back. Don't you worry." I turned my back on her, a move that took every ounce of self. control I possessed. Every nerve ending screamed that it was a mistake, that I should keep my eyes on her. Walking back to my truck felt like the longest walk of my life. The 20 feet of mud might as well have been a mile. I was acutely aware of the vast, silent forest, of the rain, of her standing there behind me. I could feel her eyes on my back, a physical pressure. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder, to break into a run. I just kept walking, one muddy step after another, my hand resting on the reassuring coldness of my sidearm. I reached my truck, pulled the door open, and slid into the driver's seat, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys in the ignition. My fingers were slick with a cold sweat as they closed around the key in the ignition. For a terrifying, heart-stopping second, I thought my own engine wouldn't start, that some sympathetic mechanical curse would leave me stranded here with her. The key turned. The engine roared to life, the sound an explosive violation of the oppressive quiet. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I slammed the truck into drive, my foot hovering over the accelerator, every muscle in my body screaming at me to floor it, to spray mud and gravel, and get out of there as fast as humanly possible. But I didn't. Some last, frayed thread of professional composure held me in check. A panicked flight would be an admission of fear. It would confirm her power, confirm that I knew it was a trap. I had to see this through. Maintain the fiction that I was just a helpful ranger going to call a tow truck. I eased my foot onto the pedal, and the truck lurched forward, pulling away from her with agonizing slowness. I did not look back. I couldn't. I stared forward into the gray, rainy tunnel of the forest. But my entire consciousness was focused on the rearview mirror. In the small, vibrating rectangle of glass, she was a static figure. She hadn't moved. She just stood by the open hood of her truck, watching me go. The distance between us grew. 20 yards. 30. 40. A small, hysterical bubble of relief began to form in my chest. I had done it. I had called her bluff. I was getting away. And then I saw it. The moment my truck was about 50 yards down the road, a distance that must have seemed safe to her, her posture changed. There was no more hesitation. With a calm, fluid motion, she reached down and slammed the hood of her truck shut. The action was so casual, so economical. It was like she was simply closing a toolbox after a job well done. The sound didn't reach me, but I saw the impact, the slight shudder of the vehicle. My blood ran cold. She walked to the driver's side door, opened it, and slid inside. My heart, which had just begun to slow, kicked into a frantic, hammering rhythm against my ribs. This was it. She was going to follow me. The pretense was over. A chase on these slick, winding roads would be suicidal. She knew the area, I assumed, and I was just a ranger in a heavy, clumsy vehicle. I watched in the mirror as her truck's brake lights flashed once, then went dark. A small puff of white exhaust coughed from the tailpipe. The engine that wouldn't start, had fired up instantly, without a single sputter of protest. She had lied. Of course, she had lied. I had known it all along, but the visual confirmation was a physical blow. The trap was real. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The lie was exposed. There was no more reason to pretend. But she didn't follow. Her truck just sat there, idling on the muddy shoulder. She didn't pull out. She didn't flash her lights. She just sat there, a dark silhouette behind the wheel, watching me drive away. And somehow, that was the most terrifying thing of all. The chase I had dreaded never came. She just let me go. It wasn't a failure on her part. It felt like a choice. It felt like a message: I could have taken you, but I am choosing not to. This time. I finally rounded the blind curve that had brought me upon her, and her truck disappeared from my rearview mirror. But it wasn't gone from my mind. The rest of the drive was a 10-minute eternity of pure paranoia. The familiar forest had transformed into a landscape of menace. Every dark shadow between the trees was a hiding place. Every gnarled branch looked like a reaching arm. I half expected to see her truck reappear behind me at every turn, or to find the road blocked by a fallen tree, or by her truck up ahead. My hand never left the grip of my sidearm. I scanned the woods on either side of the road, my eyes darting back and forth, my senses screaming with a primal terror I had never known. When my tires finally hit the solid, reassuring pavement of the main park road, a sob of relief escaped my lips. I pulled over for a moment, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. The professional mask crumbled, and I was just a terrified woman who had looked into a void and had, by some miracle, been allowed to step back. I radioed dispatch. My voice was thin and reedy, but I forced it to be steady. Dispatch, this is Ranger Bellamy. Go ahead. Unit 3. Regarding the disabled vehicle on Service Road 12. The driver declined assistance. She got the vehicle started on her own. 10-4 Unit 3. You're clear? And that was it? What else could I say? Dispatch. I think I was just lured into a trap by a woman who may or may not be a serial killer. I had no proof. No crime had been committed. I hadn't been assaulted or even explicitly threatened. All I had was a clean engine, a flat voice, and a gut feeling that had saved my life. Filing a report would have been useless. An exercise in sounding like a hysterical rookie who had let the spooky woods get to her. So I said nothing. I drove back to the station, the familiar building feeling less like a sanctuary and more like a temporary shelter. I ran the license plate I had dutifully jotted down. It came back registered to a long, defunct P.O. box in a town 3 counties away. It was a ghost plate, a dead end, a tool for someone who didn't want to be found. I never saw her again. I never heard of any other incidents in the park that matched my experience. But the memory of that day is etched into my soul. It changed me. The comfortable solitude I once loved in those woods was gone, replaced by a constant, low-level hum of anxiety. I started carrying a second, more powerful sidearm. I avoided the deep service roads unless absolutely necessary. The park was no longer my office. It was a place where monsters wore human faces. I have no proof that anything bad was going to happen on that lonely, muddy road. But I know, with a certainty that chills me to this day, that I was not dealing with a stranded motorist. I was being hunted. She wasn't waiting for help. She was waiting for a victim. And out there, where the trees press and the silence swallows you whole, the only thing that saved me was listening to that primal animal instinct that all good rangers learn to trust, the feeling that tells you when something is terribly, terribly wrong. It's the reason I'm in Wyoming today, under a wide open sky. Because some forests hold memories that are too dark to bear.